the last of the Black Empire's 275 endeavors, even on common utilities, where art could hardly be expected. The huge jars for storing grain were glazed and as beautifully channeled as the cups used by priests and kings. Here, as elsewhere in early Africa, there seems to have been an insatiable drive for beauty and perfection. There was an underlying philosophy. Each craftsman felt that his finished work was at once a reflection and actual measure of what he himself was, his character. The industrial activities, particularly mining, overshadowed agriculture and even threatened the existence of this very basic economy. Over 4,000 ancient mining sites have been discovered, and no one claims that these are all. Iron ore, gold, and to a lesser extent, copper and tin were the leading industrial activities, although ivory and ivory carvings always played a considerable role in the total economy. These widespread industrial activities, along with the ever-increasing number of cattle brought in by migrating pastoral groups, drove the farmers to the hills to a new type of terrace, farming on every available hillside, and the building of mounds for the same purpose where there were no hills. As difficult as all this was, the genius of African man was further tested in overcoming the more formidable problem of water and an irrigation system for hillsides and mounds. Widespread mining meant widespread deforestation because of the demand for timber for charcoal production, another industry by itself. Soil erosion kept pace unchecked. The steady disappearance of grasslands was assured by cattle and other roaming animals that fed on grass, the goats being the most ravishing. The agricultural life of the country was sustained by intensive terrace farming in the North-Assast region, of which Inyanga was the center. By 1200 AD, production and international trade had already reached the high-level affluence that was to attract Arabs and Europeans to this land. Gold was the leading export commodity, although there was also a great demand in India for the superior type of ironware processed in Monomotapa. The African smelting process and type of iron ore peculiar to the region enabled them to produce the best swords, spears, and other weapons that could be found anywhere. The iron industries created an economic revolution not only in warfare, but also in the production of farming tools, household and kitchenware, and better mining tools. The crafts of blacksmiths, goldsmiths, coppersmiths, and tinsmiths were the most important, each being a well-organized secret society. Quite early, and without any Bronze Age period, they experimented. 276, the destruction of black civilization with alloys to tin and copper, and began the production of bronze and bronze implements on a limited scale. The widespread pottery finds of so many different types indicate the vastness of their ceramics industries. The decorative designs of all pottery, as well as on all other artifacts found, seem to tell us that all of these early craftsmen were artists also. That there were many other highly skilled and professional classes is evident from the total cultural record these early blacks left behind in southern Africa. The several thousand mining sites of so many different kinds, iron, gold, copper, tin, suggest expert prospectors, just as the ruins of nearby temples and other beautifully designed stone structures tell us that there were great black architects and stonemasons here, just as they had been in Black Egypt when the first pyramids were built there. But the ancient ruins of so many cities, towns, and villages are the stony pages of the unwritten history we seek. And just as written records of black history were destroyed here too, in Monomotapa, the first Arabs and Europeans to find these long since deserted sites undertook wrecking and destroying operations on a scale beyond belief. These were your modern men, your civilizers of other men. Hidden and lost in the tangled vines and trees of forests, many stone temples were still defying the centuries of passing time and standing in all the dignity of their colonnaded beauty until the 20th century, when they were wrecked by the same people who had wrecked the race of the builders. The fact that almost all of these ruins were located in or near gold mining areas enabled some writers to explain that the wanton destruction was carried on in a feverish search for gold. But anyone viewing the nature and scale of the demolition of the massive stone structures would find it difficult to see how the search for gold involved the destruction of buildings. Their efforts were in vain, however. So much could be reassembled, reconstructed, so much could not be destroyed at all. There was, therefore, a record left written in stone, a record that tells the story of blacks who were building a highly developed civilization in southern Africa during the same ancient period. Their brothers were amazing the world by their advances in northern Ethiopia, Egypt, and its southern region, Sudan. The last of the Black Empire's 277, the empire builders, we have been establishing that the high civilization of Monomopata, for which the invading Vakaranga have been credited, antedated their coming by at least 500 years. During this long period, before the Rasvi chiefs led their people into the region in 1400 circ, there were many changes and improvements in the methods and styles of the various crafts. The changes are shown by determining the period of such artifacts as pottery and the architectural designs of buildings. The Vakaranga simply continued to build upon and further develop pre-existing states. Their greatest achievement was in welding several strong states and some lesser ones into one great empire. Their second greatest achievement was the reclaiming of the seacoast lands that had been leased by the states to Asians as trading posts, but over which the Asians had gradually assumed absolute sovereignty. It is the same old story of the same techniques of penetration and domination that had to be repeated over and over in these pages as we moved from country to country. Ethiopia, Makuria, Alwa, Ghana, Mali, Songhay, the Mossi states, Congo, Angola, and Cuba were all destroyed as a direct result of the first trading post footholds established in their lands. And so it was for the other states on the continent, large and small. None withstood the sirens' songs of the fabulous riches to be gained from trade. As the history of this region of Africa is generally written, one gathers that the advanced cultures on the seacoast and key islands were of Asian origin, the black barbarians being confined to the interior. The fact is that, while readily granting concessions for trade and settlement to the Asians on lands along the Indian Ocean coastline, Africans did not withdraw but remained as active sea captains, sailors, traders, boat and shipbuilders, and in short, in all the ongoing occupations along the coasts. The builders of stone cities in the interior also built where Arabs, Indians, and later Portuguese settled at Sofala, Chind, Quelimane, and farther north at Kilwa. When the cattle-breeding Vakaranga came into the country under the leadership of the Rasvi ruling clan, they found the indigenous people more highly advanced than themselves. The fact that so many of the states that came into prominence between the 13th and 16th centuries were further reorganized and expanded by newcomers has tended to obscure the pre-existing civilization upon which the immigrants built. There were several kinds of invaders. Some were from a homeland only recently broken up. These could make immediate contributions from their own society of whatever was new. 278. The destruction of black civilization and advanced, whatever skills or technologies that had not been lost or forgotten. Other migrating groups had been on the move from one settlement to another for so many generations that they had lost some of the most essential elements in the heritage of their distant forebears during these constant movements from place to place. Movements which were the most potent factors in disintegrating civilization itself, and still other invaders were ruthless barbarians, pure and simple. Even these, after being absorbed by an advanced population, were oft given the credit for the new advances made by the state. Some of the societies in this great region were on different levels of development. Among these were the Satho, Tiswana, Madadiadadia, or the so-called Bushmen, the Vadanga et al. The Arabs, of course, had been slowly penetrating the interior from their seacoast footholds for over 200 years before the Vakaranga arrived. By 1400, they had their trading posts scattered throughout the independent states, which were to form the empire. According to D.P. Abraham, By 1500, about 10,000 Arabs were stationed at different points in the interior. They had been penetrating inland all the way from beyond Kilwa to stations southward below Sofala. The major built-in threat was complete before the first great Vakaranga king surveyed the scene. The great Mudoda, the year was 1440. The king was Mudoda. In just about any other land, he would be known to history as Mudoda the Great. He and his council were apparently quick to see that even the most advanced states, each standing independently and alone, were doomed unless unified into a single nation with a strong central government. This should be achieved by voluntary association, if possible. The divisive influence of the Arabs operating in the capitals of the respective states had to be obvious, as they appeared not to feel it necessary to be either as secretive or as subtle as their Portuguese enemies. Both the Arabs and the Europeans had one thing in common, however. Both had the deeply rooted conviction that they knew the blacks, and that their power over them and the continued ability to garner their endless wealth rested squarely on keeping them divided and continuously at each other's throats. No one except the blacks themselves needed any argument to show that black unity meant black power, and black power meant an end to white domination, from the east or the west. The last of the Black Empire's 279 Mudoda, and the new leaders saw and understood this very well. They knew where almost all the gold, copper, iron, and tin had been going from over 4,000 mines. They knew how all the stratagems used by the blacks to bar the Arabs from the interior had failed, and would continue to fail as long as the Arabs controlled all overseas trade by controlling the entire seaboard, and having done so unchallenged for so long that they now claimed sovereignty over the whole coastal area. Therefore, Mudoda, in 1440, began the campaign to carry out his own grand design, a great plan that aimed at nothing less than uniting blacks in a vast empire that cut across South Africa below the Limpopo River and covered Rhodesia with an indefinite boundary beyond the Zambezi River in Zambia, and on over Mozambique to the Indian Ocean, sweeping southward again to repossess the entire coastline fronting the new empire. Now is all of this the same version as given by Abraham and other Western historians? Would an Arab historian, no matter what the fact might be, present it this way? Of course not. The Western historians, employing their usual club to crush rebellion from the master's viewpoints, would proclaim sheer romanticism. For see here now, listen, does not Professor Abraham make it quite clear at the very outset that no black man, king or commoner could have conceived of such a vast undertaking? What black man, unaided by whites, could have Mudoda's great and awe-inspiring vision? Abraham and his school might well thank their God that there were many white Arabs around to whom such credit could be given. After a review of so many centuries of the ideological stance of writers where blacks are concerned, anger and outrage should be replaced with amusement. For it has become amusing to this writer, at any rate, to witness the sweating dilemma of these investigators when confronted with any kind of all-black achievements, even in relatively unimportant and routine matters which any human or any people of any race anywhere would be thought capable of achieving. But where blacks are involved in anything considered outstanding, the whites somehow feel threatened. What is threatened, of course, is the deeply rooted presupposition of the innate inferiority of the blacks. If somewhere in their long history a single record of outstanding achievement by blacks was found by whites and declared at once to be such, rather than evidently non-negroid, if this was ever done, the black world has been unable to discover it. And if there is an error here or a misconception, a correction is welcomed. 280. The destruction of black civilization. But returning to the traditional white line, in this case of the Vakaranga king, Abraham and others say that the Arabs persuaded him to unify and expand the country north and south, and to the Indian Ocean the Arabs, who had nothing to gain from a strong and unified black empire, and might lose what they had. Professor Abraham says that the Arabs conceived and implanted in the mind of the Rasvi king a desire for empire. The empire was to serve as an effective umbrella protecting their operations in the country from the Portuguese. Scholarly reasoning, but logical, of course, except that there were no Portuguese or Portuguese threats in the area in 1440. They did not arrive until 65 years later. Meanwhile, Muirota moved forward. His first move was to recruit and build up strong, well-trained armies, each under an able general. He displayed the mark of a great executive by his keen insight in the evaluation and selection of men for posts of high responsibility, and in so doing, secured the active support of the great council of the realm. It is significant, too, that his leadership strategy included recruiting soldiers from the surrounding states, which were not yet a part of the projected empire. Another important move was to secure unity through the voluntary association of as many states as possible before any conquest by force was attempted. The usual African pattern of empire building was followed. All states joining the imperial union were not only assured of autonomy, but special rights also, such as membership in the Great Council of the Empire, a privilege denied territories that had to be conquered. With these policies reaffirmed and settled, Muirota's formidable armies began their sweep in the different planned directions and fields of operation. The main drive was northward under the command of the king himself. Within 10 years, all territory between the Limpopo in South Africa to the Zambezi had been brought under imperial rule. The great undertaking was far from completion when Muirota died in 1450. The objectives had been worked out in detailed specifications of a blueprint for expansion, unification, and development of a great empire composed of great states. 1. Dave Payne, Abraham Maramuka, an exercise in the combined use of Portuguese records and oral tradition, Journal of African History, Vol. Roman 2 No. 2, 1961. Unlike most of the societies we have been studying, the Vakaranga clans had become patrilineal. Therefore, Muirota's son, rather than his nephew, was the successor to the throne. This was a happy circumstance, since the son, Madope, turned out to be as great a statesman, king, and general as his late father. He had the greater task, because some of the most powerful states in the blueprint had yet to be won, and breaking Arab control over the seacoasts, the greatest undertaking, had not been achieved. Madope assumed the leadership aggressively, having the good fortune of securing the same loyalty the ablest generals had given to his father, supported by fanatically devoted soldiers. This was no accident, for Madope himself had been a popular young commander during his father's reign. Above all, Changa and Tagwa, two of Madope's greatest generals, were his friends. The armies were reorganized, strengthened by relentless training, and expanded. This display of both strength and unity among the blacks puzzled the Arabs. This was something new, amazing. They had a long history of dealing with blacks, and nothing was better known than the disunity, mutual suspicions, and the hostility of one group toward another. How was this spectacle of over 30 different tribal groups forming solid phalanxes of unity under black leaders to be explained? Moreover, the Arabs, who had always maintained their own black troops under Arab officers, were barred from joining the imperial forces by both Muirota and Madope. All this was seen as a very real threat to the powerful commercial position the Arabs had in all the hitherto independent states, as well as the equally powerful political influence they enjoyed at the capitals of these states, not to mention their independent status on the coasts. Madope's campaigns for the unification of many states into one empire were not easy, for although the Arabs pledged and proclaimed their undying loyalty to the new emperor as this mission of empire building advanced, they secretly gave active support to the armies of resisting states. Some of the key states that formed the empire were Mbaya, Guineaswa in the southern region, Chidima, Uronga, Barwi, Maniaka, Madonda, and Shiringoma formed the eastern and southeastern region. It took 30 years of unremitting efforts to complete the empire of Monomotapa, with its long eastern border bathed at last by the Indian Ocean. Every detail of his father's specifications having been carried out in full, a weary emperor worn out by the task, retired for the final sleep. The year was 1480. 282, the destruction of black civilization. What would happen now? The great imperial system had been completed. Black unity had been achieved among numerous language groups on one of the widest scales in history, from Zambia down into South Africa. Cities of stone dotted the land. The Zimbabwe cities north and south were the deathless symbols of a people's greatness. The long wars of expansion seemed to have stimulated economic development rather than hinder it. The government had gained a more direct control over the mines and mining industries, and this meant more control over the Arabs in the interior and on the coast, especially at Sofala, Kilimani, Sina, and Tete on the Zambezi. The agricultural system was actively promoted by the central government, and indeed, just as the vast building operations that produced the amazingly beautiful temples and huge structures such as the Great Zimbabwe were all government-sponsored, so were all the other craft industries. Active government sponsorship, promotion, or encouragement in all these fields did not necessarily mean government ownership or direct control. The Emperor Madop also left the country with a great organized religion, with a powerful and formally organized priesthood, something unusual in Africa outside of ancient Egypt, Ethiopia, and Abyssinia. The traditional African religion is essentially the same everywhere on the continent, but it is generally unorganized and therefore has seldom had an organized priesthood with a single recognized creed or body of prescribed beliefs. Yet just about every African society known believed in one almighty God, no matter by what name he was called or how many lesser gods there might be. In Mono Matapa, he was called Mweri, the Vakaranga version and contribution toward national unity. But would there be unity now that the last of the two great personalities around whom unity revolved had silently stolen away in the shadows of the Great Zimbabwe, gone forever? The question arises whenever a great leader passes. Political psychology and mass psychology are crucially combined. Whether a great state survives after the death of the leader who made it great and held its disparate parts together by his charisma alone would depend upon the good fortune of having a successor of equal greatness, or the miracle of having developed a strong spirit of national community, of oneness, of a loyalty and a sense of belonging to the nation that transcend the tribe. There were unifying factors which Madop left behind in his great empire. One was that same organized religion led by a highly advanced and literate priesthood. Religious temples at the Great Zimbabwe was the last of the Black Empire's 283, certainly the national center of religion. The other important factor that should have made unity imperative was the greater prosperity that would flow from economic interdependence and close commercial relations between the constituent states and provinces. The great system of roads and highways, instead of being recaptured by the bush and forests after serving their initial military purpose, could have been converted into permanent national highways, crisscrossing the empire and thus serving as the indispensable communication links for administration, trade, travels by the people, and, in short, unification. Other factors that should have been a solid foundation for Black unity were the similarity of their social institutions and the absolute sameness of their constitutional system. Yet, with Madop's death, the empire began to break up. Why? Notwithstanding all the forces mentioned above that should have made for unity and stability, the actual fact is that the traditional African political system was fundamentally and structurally anti-empire. The very circumstance of the endless process of segmentation, of forever splintering off to form little independent mini-states, developed a built-in disunity, reinforced by the attending growth of different languages. But self-government or chiefdom was a way of life, not a theory. Chiefs and elders, as we have seen, were leaders, advisors and representatives of the people, and not their rulers. The same operating principle prevailed when a group of states united to form a kingdom and kingdoms united to form an empire, but with a disturbing difference. Centralization tended to erode local autonomy, transferring chiefs from the control of their people to the control of the central government. In the case of conquered territories, this change was abrupt and painful, and it was one of the principal reasons for later rebellions and the breakup of kingdoms and empires. Therefore, let us say again, to say that Arabs and Europeans were solely or even mainly responsible for the destruction of all great African states would be glossing over or attempting to ignore the principal internal factor, disunity. What the whites did, Asians and Europeans, was to appraise this continent-wide disunity and cash in on it to the fullest extent possible. They did not have to divide and conquer even, for the blacks were already divided, just as though they were waiting for the foreign conquerors to come. 284. The destruction of black civilization. The foreigner's role was to intensify the disunity, to promote the suspicions and hatred that developed from it, and to check any tendency or movement toward unity among the blacks. All the Arabs had to do in Monomotapa was to move swiftly during the period of mourning, confusion, and uncertainty following Matop's death. Advisors would surely be needed at the various provincial capitals more than ever. From these key bases, they actively furthered the destruction of an empire, the very existence of which was a threat to their own power position within it. It was more than a threat, for had not Matop's sweep to the Indian Ocean reduced their control there, leaving them with only 3 trading stations. The Africans, already having the every province for itself, psychology, was simply urged to do more speedily what they were doing more slowly in their own way. Of Changa and Tagwa, it must be said to their honor that devoted servants, able generals, governors of 2 of the most important provinces, remained loyal to Mudoda and Matop throughout their lifetime, a period of devoted service extending over 40 years. Now, however, there appeared to be no reason or even a possibility for transferring the same loyalty and love to Nyahuma, weak son and successor to the great king. The Arabs hastened to exploit this in Guinea, where Changa was king with aspirations to become emperor. Tagwa, king of Mbaya, supported his longtime friend and colleague in the imperial venture. Both occupied the most favorable position for rallying support, for they held the southern region, which was the first center of Karanga power, the center from which the expansion spread, and the location of the first Zimbabwe capital. The Arab strategy must not be overlooked. Beyond the consideration of greater concessions from the winning side, they did not care which side won. They worked for and supported all sides, each against the other. None wanted a strong empire, but they wanted Changa to launch a war against the existing empire under the pretext of building a greater one than was possible under the new emperor Nyahuma. The Arabs in the north, of course, would urge Nyahuma to crush the pretensions of the upstart Changa in the south. Arabs in both regions did more than 2. This strategy of the whites is as clear and unmistakable today as it was centuries ago. It is an aspect of what I have referred to as the Grand Caucasian Consensus, yet blacks appear to be heedless of it. 285. Just advise. They backed the respective rulers with money and materials and black men, that is the Arabs' own private armies of black troops. Thus the Arabs, and later the Europeans, were always able to send into battle still more blacks against blacks. Now Changa, grown old and uncertain, was given an entirely new vision of greatness. He could not only capture the empire and become as great an emperor as he was a general, but in doing so, he could create a great brotherhood of Arabs and Africans, a brotherhood in which Arabs would be his faithful servants as citizens. To crown it all, and in testimony thereof, he was given the unprecedented honor of the Arab title of Amir, so that, as in the case of the immortal Caesar, his very name, Changamaya, would mean emperor forever. This flattery was too much for the old man to withstand. The new Changamaya concluded his war against the central government with victory and the death of Nyahuma in battle in 1490. It was again the same old story of the wars that followed, the internal chaos during the rise and fall of one section of the empire after another, and the murder of Changamaya, or, in short, the fragmentation of the empire until what remained was the much reduced northern region, and about 600 miles along the Indian Ocean to an inland depth of between 200 and 300 miles. In this much reduced and weakened state, Monomotapa had to meet a still more ruthless enemy when the Portuguese arrived in 1505. They were aggressive, their original aim to replace the Arabs first, to break and take over their commercial and political power in all of the now disunited kingdoms was ruthlessly pursued. This, it will be recalled, was implementing the original grand design that began in Congo and Angola. Within 50 years, they had penetrated all of these kingdoms, securing concessions of land, establishing trading posts and missions throughout the interior, as well as along the Zambezi and the Indian Ocean coast and islands. The Arabs did not take all this without a fierce struggle, largely centered around attempting to incite the blacks against the Portuguese, and thus creating further chaotic situations out of which they hoped somehow to emerge on top. The murder of a Portuguese priest at the court of the Monomotapan Emperor in 1561 was just what the Portuguese needed as a reason for open intervention, with eventual Portuguese sovereignty over the entire region. It was an old trick, well known and practiced by the secret agents of great powers, to sacrifice one's own fellow citizens in a foreign land, if by so doing, the larger ends of the state might be served. The Portuguese version that, 286, the destruction of black civilization, the priest's death, was engineered by Muhammadans of Mozambique, may or may not have been true. The Portuguese themselves may have done it. This death, then, meant that the honor of Portugal had been challenged. Instead of attacking the Arabs charged with the crime, however, they directed their pretended outrage at the tottering Black Empire with military intervention. In 1575, an ultimatum, disguised as a treaty, required the emperor to expel all Arabs from the country, grant more land concessions for Portuguese gold mining operations, more trading posts and missions, and finally in 1629, the great objective was reached when the Emperor Moira acknowledged the King of Portugal as his overlord and became his vassal. Portuguese Caucasianization of the blacks had begun early by having all chiefs, kings and emperors replace their African names with Portuguese names. There was, therefore, a long line of emperors Sebastiãos, Philipes, Domingos, and Afonsos, here as in Congo and Angola. The Portuguese land grabs all over the region meant that they were not content with political overlordship and commercial supremacy, but were physically taking over the absolute ownership of the lands of the people in all areas. When, in 1663, the Emperor Domingos summoned up enough courage to resist the onslaught, he was murdered. This was the year Queen Nzinga died, and Portugal now felt unchallenged. Meanwhile, the Portuguese were riding so high and mighty that they had set up their own capitals in the interior at Massapa and in Maniaca, centers of general administration and commerce. The great Zimbabwe capital city of the empire became a mere shadow of Portuguese power, useful only in carrying out their orders, and, as was the case with the other towns and cities, began to disintegrate toward a state of ruins as the gold wealth of the nation was taken over and depopulation of the country by the slave trade spread. The highly organized African religion, under a priesthood that had been so powerful that it had blocked the spread of Islam for over 200 years, was now swept aside by the aggressively pushed Christian missions in almost every village. 3. One have been referring to name changing throughout the book, yet I doubt whether blacks in general fully realize the role this played in loss of the sense of self-worth. The last of the Black Empires, 287, in 1693, the seemingly all-powerful Portuguese were amazed by the rapid development of an unexpected phenomenon: the revival of black unity in the southern provinces, which were the original center of the empire, now still under the leadership of a continuing line of Changa Mayas. Other formerly separatist kingdoms united under the Changa Mayas' leadership and opened a full-scale war against the Portuguese, aiming at driving them out of the land. The successful military tactics of Madop and his generals were remembered and followed, careful, unrushed training and organization. The secret movement of troops in small groups in different directions, all assembling en masse at a stated time and placed near the enemy's strongholds. Then the swift-moving and generally surprise attacks by different armies on different Portuguese centers at the same time. These operations took 2 years of desperate fighting because, of course, the Portuguese forces were better armed. According to the oral records of the blacks, the real reason for the series of victories over the Portuguese was that their black troops only put up token resistance, often not even that, but whole companies deserting to join their black brothers. With their black shield thus removed, the Portuguese themselves were now exposed to danger. The number killed was frightening. They fled the country to zones of comparative safety. The Changamire armies reconquered most of Monomotapa, and a vigorous anti-Portuguese policy was adopted. This not only aimed at their total exclusion from the interior, but also at ending their influence in what remained of the old empire, which did not come directly under the Changamire rule. Even trade relations with the whites and other contacts had to be carried on through blacks and mulattoes. The greatly reduced Monomotapa continued to be further destroyed by the endless internal strife among the blacks, frustrated by the state of decline and helplessness, but yet unwilling to join forces with the stronger southern kingdoms which were united under the Changamires. Decade after decade, the same story of chaos, social disorganization, and decline repeated itself. This time, however, neither Portuguese nor Arabs were able to re-establish their former power position throughout the region. For while all this was going on during 17th, 18th, and into the 19th centuries, 3 other threatening storm centers had been rising in South Africa. 2 of these, the British and the Dutch, had moved inland from the Cape, establishing republics, and thereby completing the encirclement of the blacks of Africa, most significant development to which I have. 288. The destruction of black civilization referred several times. The third threat, insofar as Monomotapa was concerned, was the rapid rise and expansion of the Zulu Empire under Shaka, an empire which developed from a small village state. We have seen that the great migrations over the continent developed from many different causes, taking many different forms, and went in all directions. And we have seen that whole black communities fled before incoming black conquerors, just as they did when whites invaded their land. The great Zulu Emperor King, Shaka, became more ruthless in his onslaughts to unify the blacks in an empire that would be greater and stronger than the undisciplined, and therefore falling Monomotapa. An empire, unlike Monomotapa, that would not only serve as one vast and impregnable fortress against the shrewdly scheming whites swarming up from the Cape, but a fortress from which they could be attacked and destroyed. Shaka and his people, like the other countries we have studied, had never seen a white face before the invasions, but he had learned about them more and more as they approached the borders of his country. To resist, he had to unify the blacks first. Kings and chiefs, who could not see the danger in so many little independent states, had better prepare to meet their maker. Countless thousands fled en masse before Shaka's mighty armies. A swelling tide at many tribal states, under powerful kings and chiefs, moved a wild and merciless rampage that expressed their anger over Shaka on all the people in their path. The leading groups that struck the Changamire kingdoms first were the Ndebele, Swazi, and the Shangana. They crossed the Limpopo in 1830 and swept on to the Zambezi, spreading terror as they moved northward. This left the few Portuguese centers that remained in the unconquered territory exposed to the new danger. That strip of territory was once again all that was left of the former empire of Monomotapa. The overall scene was one of British-Dutch pressures on the Black Empire in South Africa, the pressure of the migrating blacks from that empire on other blacks, and their destruction of what remained of still another black empire, while the British and the Dutch, in fierce competition with each other, moved steadily forward to take over the whole southern region. The Portuguese still held on to their strongly fortified posts, especially along the Zambezi, and were able to reach a partition agreement with the British in 1890. Thus, the Portuguese, in gaining Mozambique, still held a vast black empire. The blacks who had fled from Shaka's armies and had entered the land before the British, the last of the Black Empire's 289, opened war against the whites in 1895. The rebellion was under the general leadership of the Matable invaders, who, therefore, could expect no support from the general population. They were defeated by the British. In 1902, the blacks of another important kingdom in the old empire, Barwi, rose in rebellion. By then, British power was so firmly established that the outcome was predictable. The last Black Empire had become white-ruled Rhodesia, and its southernmost territory was now under the iron rule of the Dutch invaders of South Africa. This marked the close of still another tragic era. The last emperor of the last black-ruled empire on the African continent, Kyoko Dam Bamupute, knew no more how to deal with the engulfing tides of conquest than most of the black leaders who preceded him. Like Carter P., the Bakuba king, when the Belgians took over the Congo, none seem to have had sufficient insights for the white situation, to have just enough sense of race to enable them to realize that the destiny of a whole people was at stake, and not just their personal well-being or even the fortunes of a single state. The Black Queen of Angola remains the outstanding leader who read the white man straight from A to Z and mapped strategies for the confrontations. When she died, she was still queen of the blacks, and her people were still free. Part Roman II, and the bridge was suspended between the two eternities, arched so high up there, that the watchman could from his tower see all that had gone before and all that was to come. And that is why the anxious, helpless peoples of this crazy world continue to look up in despair and cry, "O watchman, tell us in this endless night just what the signs of promise are." Chapter Roman 12, A View from the Bridge. The summing up this has been an interpretation of history. I have swept across 6,000 years with the story of the African people, touching here and there on prehistoric beginnings, such as at Was, and selectively spotlighting the blackout areas in that history in my broad sweep through the millenniums. My own field studies in just about every region on the continent, and my interpretation, even of the data of many of the scholars appearing in the bibliography, often led to quite different conclusions than theirs. Indeed, these modern Westerners either ignore or contradict some of the best evidence of the ancient writers on Africa. The conflict of viewpoints on the history of the Africa people develops as issues in the work, and I suppose that at the present level of civilization, such a conflict should be expected between those who represent the masters of the globe and those who are in rebellion against them as the writers of the history of the people they oppress. Invariably, there is a deeply felt need to present the dominated people as childlike creatures, inferior by an ordinance of nature, and therefore helpless without the permanent rule and guiding hand of the master race. 1. Prehistory is another improper term we are stuck with. Its very origin reflects the self-glorification of those who had learned to write, the written records becoming sacred and the principal source of truth. There is actually no such thing as prehistory. Man was leaving historical records millions of years before he began to write them. 293. 294. The destruction of black civilization, perhaps the highlights in the history of the Black Switch, is all this work claims to be would be even more clearly understood if I had written backward, beginning with the present. For one thing, less documentation would be required, for by focusing on predominantly black South Africa, Zimbabwe and the present-day Sudan, the whole world could see, almost at a glance, exactly what happened to Black Egypt many centuries ago. The ripped of the play, Whites Against Blacks, is the same. The eternal drive glorifying white blood is the same, finding direct expression in ill-Caucasian-controlled social and economic systems. In South Africa, the Dutch offsprings by black women are classified coloreds, and ranked as a separate ethnic group below the Dutch in social and economic status, but far above the Africans. In Egypt, the coloreds gradually became the majority as more and more whites came in aid, more and more blacks moved southward. The name Egyptian was taken over by the whites and their northern coloreds as a pling to themselves alone. The blacks who were the original Egyptians were no longer called Egyptians, just as the blacks in Africa today are no being called South Africans there. Only the whites are South Africans. Both in Egypt and South Africa, the scheme was to make the mulattoes a separate ethnic group, superior to the blacks because of Caucasian blood, thus creating mutual hatred that would make unity difficult, if not impossible. By giving all Muktos privileges and opportunities denied to blacks, the scheme were not only in South Africa and ancient Egypt, but it was successful throughout the world and still operates in the closing years of the 20th century. The white man has every reason to proudly view his handiwork in managing people and pronounce it good. In the Sudan, the white Arabs were so successful that their coloreds there consider themselves Arabs, not Africans, and look down contemptuously on the blacks in the southern Sudan, exactly the same as the Egyptian Kurds regarded this same once all-black region, Ethiopia, centuries ago. The picture in the northern Sudan today, then, is exactly the same as the picture was in northern Ethiopia, Egypt, after it became predominantly Afro-Asian and Afro-European. And the picture in the southern Sudan today is the same all-black picture southern Ethiopia, Sudan itself, presented over 2,000 years ago. And just as their ancient forefathers battled then against the Egyptian coloreds, the blacks in the southern Sudan, at the very hour these lines were being written, were still arrayed in battle, a view from the bridge 295 against the Arabs, now predominantly colored, and for the same ancient reasons. Does anyone wonder why this all-important white-created color factor is skipped over by white historians? If they were scientific in their approach and objective in their methods, they would deal with the mulatto role in black history, even though it was a major source of white power, and the white man's most effective agent in helping to destroy black civilizations everywhere they were found. White historians would really groan in stature if they themselves wrote it as it was. This will never happen, of course, for they would be recording how the increasing number of coloreds after each white invasion made it easy to credit them with all the great advances the blacks themselves had made. They, the white writers, would be telling how these half-blacks came to be classified as Caucasoids, and how helpful this was in obliterating Black Egypt from the pages of history. By this master stroke, through their own sexual creations, they were able to erase the blacks as the first builders of a great civilization and deliberately rob them of that honor. The long drawn-out process by which all this was accomplished has been detailed in this work. It had to be dealt with along with other factors and forces, because the inferior status of black people throughout the world today tends to confirm the white man's doctrine that they are inferior in fact. His whole system, universally applied, was designed to make them inferior and keep them so. Who then, in the 20th century, would believe that these same blacks were of the race that had built great cities, developed writing, the arts and sciences, when the whites of Europe were still roaming tribes of barbarian warriors? This being a well-known, though not publicized, fact of history, how then explain the descent of the blacks from the heights reached by their forefathers to the depths in which they find themselves today? This was the central question in all of our research. Most of the important answers are given in preceding chapters. Future research, especially field research, will reveal an even more amazing story. A study of the general history of mankind reveals no people who have suffered so much in every area of life and survived. One thinks immediately of the Jews and the systematic oppression which they have encountered in every land. But they were not enslaved not since the days when whites were generally enslaved everywhere, and slavery had nothing to do with race. We have seen that, 296, the destruction of black civilization, white slavery ended, After the murderous revolt of white slaves in the 13th century, white slavery ended, and thereafter the concentration was on blacks alone. The Jews, being white and tenaciously clinging to their own heritage, were able to find escape routes not open to blacks anywhere: business, finance, and science. They were free to study, and study they did, surpassing almost all other peoples in the resulting intellectual supremacy. Learning became a second religion. They had seen that two of the certain ways to overcome their oppressors were the mastery of wealth and intellectual excellence. They therefore became moneylenders to emperors, kings, and popes. Meanwhile, the blacks were still being hunted down and enslaved, and when free, they were kept as close to the status of slaves as such efforts could achieve. Yet today we are just beginning, to learn about the heights from which they were driven. One of the highly important things this study revealed was how the very color of black came to mean slave, and therefore equated with bad luck, inferiority, and shame. We have dared to go beyond the limits and the guidelines set for us by the czars of history and geography to discover that ancient Ethiopia covered North Africa to the Mediterranean Sea, that Egypt was the northeastern division of that empire, and that even as late as 3100 B.C., when white Asians held Lower Egypt, Ethiopians still held most of their homeland in Upper Egypt. In short, almost all of Egypt was as black as late as 3100 B.C. I say as late as 3100 B.C. to emphasize the fact again that all this is well known to white historians concerned with Africa. They know because when the earliest Greek and Roman writers studied in the land, Egypt was still Black Egypt. They knew what the history was, and they left the records. Even when Herodotus arrived, black civilization was known to be so ancient that its beginning was lost in a distant past beyond memory. But when he arrived, he found a very mixed Egyptian population of whites, browns, yellows, and blacks. The first three groups now drawing a line between themselves as Egyptians while giving to the blacks the lowest class status, along with their original name of Ethiopians, original as Greek term. There may have been some justice in this, since when Herodotus was in Egypt, the masses of non-integrating blacks had themselves rejected both Egypt and the Egyptian names, as the Asians and Afro-Asians became the majority, and they had concentrated below a new borderline as Ethiopians in an Ethiopian empire that no longer included Egypt. A view from the bridge 297, the most important fact here is that the Greeks were the first Europeans to know that the most advanced civilization of the ancient world was in Africa, the first Europeans to study and be directly influenced by it, and to proclaim it to the world boldly and without reservations. Indeed, it is from Greek history, including their myths and legends, that we get some of the best insights into the early history of the blacks. They drew upon the land of the blacks for architectural designs, city planning, sculpture, science, and even religion. These they reshaped and made Greek. The Greeks were the best traveling students in the world. In their relations with Africa, they exemplified, as no other people had, the eclectic process of civilization and progress, the readiness to borrow from other peoples the best in their culture, to be reshaped or made over to suit one's own ideals and needs. Having lost most of our own written records through destruction, endless displacement, and the gradual loss of African scribes, the black world owes the debt of everlasting thanks to those early Greek and Roman writers, but mostly Greek, who had included much of our ancient history with their own and passed it down through the centuries. We salute them. The early disruption of African civilization, as we have seen, was followed by a long series of absolute blockades to progress. These included the combined forces of nature, ever-expanding deserts, scarcity of water, hostile climate, and the ravages of disease arising largely from conditions of famine. And yet, while the primary causes of disaster had, from the earliest times, set in motion the dispersions of peoples searching for survival sites, through it all kingdoms and empires were built, destroyed, and built again. These were the slow-moving voluntary migrations from which so many of the small and large societies developed with different languages and dialects. The invaders raiding into the continent from Asia and Europe formed the second centuries-long battlefronts against which the blacks had to fight for survival. These wars spanned several thousand years, and in an earlier chapter I wondered out loud, and still wonder, how any people, weakened by perpetual hunger and disease, could possibly carry on wars of resistance to the white invaders for over 5,000 years. This they did, and this their descendants must know and remember with pride, that black resistance to white domination covered over 5,000 years. When the enslavers pressed in upon them from the north, the east, the west, and from the south, they continued the fight. The 298, the destruction of black civilization resistance to slavery continued, while the continent was being depopulated by it, with the active participation of many black chiefs and kings seeking wealth, and the white man's promise of security from all of their black foes. The third battle lines for survival were, therefore, internal, and points up one of the main contributions they made towards their domination by other peoples. As time went on, they became so preoccupied with warring against each other that they seemed to regard the whites as friends by comparison. This seeming contradiction is baffling, for while there is nothing new about a people fighting among themselves, they generally stop if outsiders attack, forget their differences, and join united ranks against the common foes. Caucasians will wage frightful wars against other Caucasians, but will quickly unite, as though by instinct, against non-whites, not only in wars, but in international policies. They have developed a kind of built-in solidarity in their relations with non-Caucasian peoples. This fact, as much as anything else, helps to explain their position as masters of the world. On the other hand, and in glaring contrast, disunity and non-cooperation have been characteristic of black societies. And this fact, more than anything else, helps in the understanding not only why the blacks eventually lost in their battles against the whites, but also why even today they are still unable to deal with the white world. This situation of antagonism, self-hatred, and attending disunity in the race is a matter of such grave concern that I have returned to it again and again throughout these discussions. The only reason for dealing with the role played by the mulattoes in black history, for example, was to show how baffling and complex the problem is. For they were used not only to help disguise the most significant achievements of blacks, but they were also effectively used to further enhance and perpetuate the already existing conflicts and divisions among them. Now they had just as much right to be classified as white as they did to be classified as black. But they found it expedient to operate in both worlds, exploiting the blacks while serving the interests of the whites. There could never be any clear-cut judgment or defense against internal subversion along an color line, because in almost every black society it was possible to find any mulattoes who were as loyal to the race as anyone could be, and as well, pure blacks who might be paid agents of the Arabs or Europeans. The state of black Africa, then, was a state of perpetual fears. Fears of being hunted down and attacked of you from the bridge 299, from without, fears of betrayals by unknown followers from within, fears of attacks by other migrating blacks who were themselves fleeing from danger, fears of hunger, ever-mounting disease, and of the alarming number of deaths. These fears of all kinds were a disease, all producing an alarming source of mutual suspicions and distrust. Centuries of this produced the amazing outcome. Blacks became their own worst enemies, and therefore increasingly a helpless people. The migrations were the moving phenomena in the tragedy, for while we have seen that many of them ended with the rebirth of new states from one end of the continent to the other, states that stood until Arabs and Europeans delivered the final death blows, millions of other blacks were unable to achieve this temporary glory. These were the Africans whose daily task was sheer survival, nothing less, nothing more. Every one of their communities had 4 to 6 months of each year which everyone knew as starving times, the period when children ate dirt and the bark from trees. When it was a great occasion, if food enough could be found for 2 or 3 meals a week. When to find a water hole or a little stream that had not completely dried up was even more joyful than finding something to eat, and a time when some mothers would steal away into the bush with their little skeleton-like children with swollen bellies to die quietly in the shade. This was starving times. During this awful period of hell on earth, even the better-off cattle-raising groups outside of the tsetse-fly regions suffered great losses in herds as they wandered far and wide in the frantic search of unparched grassland and water. In none of this are we dealing with the merely unusual misfortunes which are occasionally visited upon almost every people. No, we are dealing here with the unusual, something quite different in the general experience of mankind. For we are reviewing here a permanent situation which, in combination with the forces outlined in foregoing pages, destroyed the civilization of an entire race, checked progress, and forced countless thousands into barbarism. These were the people who sought freedom and security in the forests, swamps, and caves. Some, unable to advance under these conditions, nevertheless battled against sinking to the level of savages. Some rebuilt their states even in the vast forests, and still others, famine-crazed, became savages or semi-barbarians. Many of the groups that descended to this lowest state of existence were isolated in areas where starving times was not a period of months, but of years. 300 The destruction of black civilization, the worst outcome from the forced migrations all over Africa in the long search for places of refuge and freedom, were the endless splintering off of societies into countless little isolated states. Overall, it is difficult to see how it could have been otherwise. They had to split up. Unity, in terms of keeping a very large group together, was impossible. Seldom could 10,000 people move en masse, not to mention 100,000. And 100,000 would be a small number if it was a great state that was being disorganized and destroyed. If they were being attacked by invaders, not only expediency, but life itself dictated that they split up into small groups, each under an elected leader. In this way, both the chances of escape from the enemy and of finding food and water somewhere were better than would be the case if they moved in one vast body. Some of these separated groups did indeed meet again by chance, before they had become total strangers to each other. These often settled in the same general region and near enough to each other to maintain the same language. Others met again, generations after the original segmentations, as strangers speaking in different tongues and with different patterns of culture, strangers, yet all descendants from the same society. Worse still, the blacks have been so busy being different through all these years that they have been unable to see that underlying all of their cultural varieties is the compelling evidence that they are all members of the same race and have the same common origin. The most remarkable outcome of the migrations, with their fragmentations, disunities, and interminable turmoil and crises, is that they held on tenaciously to the same democratic and political systems and the same social institutions maintained from one end of Africa to the other, just as though they were still members of one and the same vast African society. This fact was immediately reflected in the institutions and political structure of every new state that emerged during all those centuries of migrations. Just as the council told Ethiopian kings what they could and could not do, the same remained true throughout the continent, where black rule prevailed according to tradition. This was why 3,000 years later and 3,000 miles farther south, Ashaka could complain bitterly because the Zulu Council of yes men failed to check him in his excesses. Finding himself an absolute autocrat, he was surprised to find that he had been allowed to get away with it. A view from the bridge 301. A view from the bridge. What then is the view from the bridge? The outlook is grim. For the black people of the world, there is no bright tomorrow. The blacks may continue to live in their dream world of singing, dancing, marching, praying, and hoping, because of the deluding signs of what looks like victory, still trusting in the ultimate justice of the white man. But 1,000 years hence, their descendants will be substantially where the race was 1,000 years before. For the white people, still masters of the world, do not have to yield. They have never changed their real attitude toward black people during all the passing centuries, and there is absolutely nothing upon which to base the belief that they will change in the centuries to come. Concessions on some demands, yes. Expediency dictates this. Noting that the black masses accept as leaders any and all Negroes who hold important positions, the whites, who control these positions directly or indirectly, actually determine who the leaders of blacks shall be as independent black organizations emerge. The dangling attractions of government and foundation grants are there to quiet the outspoken but money-hungry leaders. Indeed, some of these leaders were quick in discovering that the most certain route to a handsome grant or loan is pretended outrage and shouting militancy. The whites know this all too well. They are quite willing to pour millions of dollars into all kinds of black community projects, precisely because they know that these phony leaders will do nothing that will really improve the conditions under which the black masses live. Blacks are still hopelessly naive if they do not yet understand that the whites never did, and do not now, intend to include blacks in the doctrine of human equality, equal justice, or anything else that means real equality. The white determination to keep blacks in an inferior position is so deep that they will battle against the enactment of civil rights laws even when they know there will be no real enforcement. The opposition is to the very idea of equality. Those Negroes who are so frantically fighting to escape from the African race by way of integration and amalgamation will continue to meet everlasting and universal opposition from the whites. The Negro drive to be with whites in every situation is equaled by the white determination to prevent it. Yet the whites must truly feel a deep sense of pride in seeing this Negro leadership so clearly validating their own belief in white superiority. Their pretended quality education object. 302. The destruction of black civilization tive actually collapses under the wheels of buses for racial balance. They are proclaiming to all the world that, regardless of general desegregation in any all-black or predominantly black population, the blacks themselves are utterly incapable of achieving or maintaining high standards of excellence in education, or indeed anything else. Here we have, within the race, the intolerable situation of an anti-black group proclaiming the race's inherent inferiority more effectively than the whites ever could, precisely because this group is regarded as black. Furthermore, and even of greater importance, the amalgamationist Negroes generally hold most of the administrative and key teaching posts in the educational system. Through sheer indifference, therefore, they can block the development of the quality education in black schools while, at the same time, sending their own children to white private schools. Their remaining interest in the black schools is the money derived from their supervisory and teaching positions. Meanwhile, black students in the so-called integrated schools and colleges throughout the United States continue to tell the world that they are as segregated within as they were without. Far from being accepted, daily insults of various kinds occur inside the classrooms, in the halls, and on the outside. When fights break out, as they inevitably do, and the police are called in, they generally arrest the black students, not the white students, no matter who started the trouble. A press report, September 15, 1972, simply read, "During the recess hour, a black male student was called an offensive name by two white boys and pushed against the wall. A general fight broke out between black and white students. Police were called. 13 black students were arrested and jailed. Now, of course, all this is public information and is news to no one. But some of the salient facts that seem to stand out clearly are as follows. 1. White America is definitely and unalterably opposed to the integration and amalgamation of the two races. 2. Black America, the masses, are equally opposed to the integration and amalgamation of the races. 3. The drive for more and more amalgamation is and always has been spearheaded by those coloreds who maintain a separatist society within the black race, and who are not and never have been identified with the black masses. 4. Since everybody knows that there are millions of light-skinned members of the race, some as white as any Caucasian, who are, as a view from the bridge 303, African in spirit, and are as devoted to the race as anyone else, the crucial question is how long will this other white-oriented group be allowed to block the real progress of the race? 5. Those who seek and hope for admittance into white society should not be criticized or condemned. As previously stated, it is an individual matter of choice, and it is both natural and right if their blood call is to the white race rather than to the black. But they cannot be allowed to use their imposed leadership positions to browbeat all black Americans into the line of march toward white society per se, and thus towards the ultimate extinction of blacks as such in this country. It is along this line against their benign genocide that the real battle for survival as a distinct people must be fought. 6. The drive for integration is most damnable on one score alone. It is a deliberate and stepped-up attack on the most significant aspects of the Black Revolution of the 60s. That revolt was the reversal in the psychology of the race, a quest for its lost manhood by first emancipating the mind from the bondage of over-Caucasianization and to establish forever the real basis for equality with the rest of mankind from the rediscovered pages of a history that was supposed to be lost, because it reveals a long line of giants unsurpassed by any people on earth. The Negro integrationists are hostile to the Black Revolution and aim to defeat its main aims by forcing the black children and youth of the nation more directly under white education. Once again, as in slavery, they will be cut off not only from the history of their race, but they will also be cut off from a knowledge of all the other fields in which blacks have excelled, and from which comes the inspiration to go forth and do likewise. The great mental revolution among the blacks that eventuates in more and more self-respect and a new sense of manhood and self-worth. All this alarms Negro integrationists, and they are resolved to defeat it by keeping the blacks firmly under the mind control of white institutions. 7. They are absolutely right about the general lack of quality education in black schools, the very schools in which they are the principal supervisors and teachers. But their minds and interests are elsewhere. Ghetto children are unteachable, they assure themselves, and they and their equally misguided principals and teachers of all kinds will fight to the death a Clark or any other plan that is expressly designed to improve the teaching and learning processes in black schools. They fear 304 the destruction of black civilization, the very idea of community control, because it presents the possibility that irate parents might demand the removal of the merely job-holding and indifferent principals and teachers. Later, the millions of Africans of mixed blood who have always been steadfast and devoted to the race know that when the white man gives them a preferential status above the unmixed, but always below himself, he does so to maintain the myth of superior white blood. Their redemption from the sin of African blood is proportionate to the amount of white blood in their veins. Indeed, if one is light enough or near white, he may even be appointed secretary of a department of the U.S. government and a member of the president's cabinet, and still not equal. Furthermore, white America has found that their purposes were served best by classifying as Negro all persons with any amount of African blood, no matter how small. This obvious injustice has never been openly challenged, even by those directly affected, and who bitterly resent being so classified. But the United States refused to follow either the South African system of making their Afro-Dutch offsprings a separate ethnic group by law and calling them coloreds, or the ancient practice of Egypt and the Arab world of classifying mixed breeds as white. This fact has had a tremendous impact on integrationist Negroes in the United States, leading many to identify with the Arab world rather than Africa, and even to adopt Arabic names rather than African names. In fact, because of their powerful hold on Africa through the religion of Islam and the vast colored population in many Arab states, many white Arabs will publicly state, for African ears, that they are a non-white people. However, even if the United States did attempt to reclassify this group as either white or colored, the millions who are bound to the African race by unbreakable ties of love would fight such a move to its death. These have no desire to be either white or colored. For like the late Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, who could have passed for white anywhere in the world, they would say, "Call me black, knowing full well that black refers not to anyone's color, for which none is responsible. But black defines one's attitude towards the homeland of his ancestors, which from times immemorial was called the land of the blacks." A view from the Bridge 305, something different developed in Black America for. Whereas in most other parts of the world, the mulattoes form an elite caste, this is true only of certain groups in the United States, such as the Wezarts of Maryland and Virginia, also known by other names, and their spillover in Washington, D.C. In general, the divided loyalties split them as anti-African and pro-African, which is the way it always has been. The view of the Bridge thus far has been a refocus on the futility of our continuing and childlike faith in the white man's justice, and belief that our protests, marching demonstrations, singing and praying will change his 6,000 years of hostility to us, and that the Negroes who frantically battle for admission to white suburbia and to its private clubs, golf courses, swimming pools, etc., will never be welcomed even though they may be near white in color. The final focal point in this connection is that the masses, from the blackest of the blacks to the lightest of the lights, do not care at all about socially mixing with the whites. They, the whites, on their part, have no reason or inclination to do more than make token concessions from time to time, thus quieting noisy leaders, but never changing the inferior situation of the masses. They still own and control the wealth of Africa directly and indirectly, and from it, along with that from other areas of the world, they have developed technologies and a world commerce all fully protected by governments, also under their control, that assure them of continued white supremacy. This phenomenal success, this unquestionable position of strength, derived from their conquests of other peoples and their wealth, has led them to believe that they are, as a matter of fact, the superior people, and therefore the rightful rulers of this planet. Why then should they be expected to yield? Human rights, equal justice, what are these but narcotic slogans for the masses, even the white masses, which are quickly conceded as ideals and principles everywhere? The masses of poor whites also live on these slogans and ideals of equal justice. They are a pitiful people, often half-starved themselves, yet living and having their being in the happy thought that they are members of the white conquering race, and that the once enslaved blacks among them are living evidence of their own superiority. They enjoy the glory reflected from the domination and power achieved by the ruling minority of their race, too ignorant to realize that they are used as the tools of hate to support their wealth and power concentrated. 306. The destruction of black civilization in relatively few hands. When these poor whites secure the kind of jobs that move them up in that gloryland called middle class, they get the most concrete evidence of their innate superiority. They find that the economic system is so structured that, 1. To secure better jobs and advancement, the number one qualification is to be white. 2. That even where only a token number of non-whites are employed, they may be required to have college degrees, and sometimes the masters, while the higher salaried whites, including the supervisors, may not have a high school education. These are not merely may and may not theories. In the United States, the official statistics show that, nationwide, black college graduates not only earn $1,040 a year less than white high school graduates, but they earn less than a white 10th grader. The white college graduates averages $3,095 more than the black college graduate. 3. Blacks must pay more to live than whites. The lower wages they receive and the higher prices they must pay are built-in guarantees that they will always occupy an inferior place in the society. Merchants now generally have two prices for the same goods, one black and one white. With the uneducated blacks, they are having a field day. They are equally successful in robbing the educated black middle class because of its abiding faith and status-striving complex. These are the Negroes, who readily pay $225 a month for a house just vacated by whites, who rented it for only $125, and Negroes who buy $25,000 homes listed to whites for from $5,000 to $10,000 less provided, of course, that white folks previously lived there. And the inner city food markets charge higher prices for cheaper brands of canned goods and equally high prices for leftovers from their first-class stores in surrounding white suburbia. And the insurance companies face this economic war on the blacks boldly and actuarially. They simply charge blacks more for less benefits. Blacks must pay much higher premiums than whites for life insurance, for example, because it has been determined that their life expectancy is 10 years less than that of the whites. For the insurance industry, it is strictly a matter of business. They know that the total economic system is so structured against the blacks that it is impossible for them to maintain proper health standards. Being black, they must die first by 10 years. All this gives comfort and assurance to the poor and once poor silent majority. They feel that they have every reason to be silent, for does not this silent and secret war against the blacks, carried on every hour of their existence and deeply structured in the very fabric of national life, a view from the bridge 307 public and private, does this not reassure them every day that they are, indeed, members of the supreme ruling race? The view from the bridge had to focus first on the United States because so much points to this land as the place where the first major racial explosion is likely to occur. One would think that South Africa feels more secure with huge American investments and military backing than America itself is. A view of the motherland, this brings us to the main reason for the focus on America. It quickly assumed the role of the whole white West as the various powers were forced from their imperial rule in Asia and Africa forced, that is to say, from direct political rule or the political functions of colonialism. The world at large, in the greatest misconception of modern times, took this to mean African independence at last, African freedom, and the end of European colonialism. The plain truth is that the African states today are not even half free and independent, for colonialism was from the beginning exactly what it is today, an economic system for the control and exploitation of the wealth of other peoples. It was, and it is, a private enterprise system. Colonial government was initially company government. When the political task got too big because of the increasing rivalries between the great powers, the mother countries would appoint colonial governors and other administrators. In other words, government by the home country came in as a protecting umbrella for the main objective, economic exploitation. That economic control still prevails all over Africa. It is not neo-colonialism, but the old colonialism itself, still carrying on under the beautiful and high-flying flags of independent African nations. The various mineral resources are so vast and involve so many billions of dollars that individual Africans, called upon to decide whom they will serve their people, or the masters of the country's wealth, often decide to serve the latter. The fact that Africa is still in economic bondage to her former political masters brings us back to our point of departure. As the more political colonialism disappeared, the United States rushed in to fill the breach, to take up the banner as the leader of the free world. The Atlantic or Western powers, the American military bases scattered all over the world, have meaning far beyond any. 308. The destruction of black civilization, supposed communist threat. Rich European nations no longer need to maintain their usual armies for defense, for their great white brother, Uncle Sam, will gladly draft men to keep American forces there. American armed might is everywhere, ready to rush in to play the self-assigned role. This new world mission of the United States replaces, as far as it can, the more direct rule of the Western powers over the non-white peoples. The threat to black Africa and black people everywhere should be obvious. From the very beginning, for example, the American secret policy was to give little or no assistance to Africa. Outright grants, such as the billions poured into Europe, were never expected by the black nations. The Africans had sense enough to know that such free gifts were for whites only, but they did expect to secure loans on reasonable terms of repayment. The American attitude on loans to African states turned out to be about the same as it would have been if they had been begging for free grants. There was a very definite African policy, however. The policy was not to announce the policy. There was a public announcement of what was intended as a policy early in the 1960s. It is said to Africa, in effect, that the United States would continue its friendly interest and, as always, said little or nothing in the matter of loans. Other friendly advice included the well-known information that they could apply to the World Bank. The big American air and military base in Ethiopia made it a favored African state like Libya. American investments in 2 other African states enabled them to secure loans. Black nations that might overcome the foreign economic stranglehold within their countries by increased production and exports for foreign exchange find their export trade blocked by the tariff walls of the same United States and the same European powers, whose industrial machines would be crippled without the wealth, mineral resources, and basic strategic materials they still control and ship out of Africa. In a word, the blacks neither own nor control the wealth of their own land. Supposedly free again, they are unable to rebuild even as well as their migrating forefathers did before the Arab and European conquests. As shown in previous chapters, freed of the white man's control, a control from which most of them were fleeing, they were overriding all obstacles and successfully building and rebuilding new states until they were finally overtaken in the 19th, and as late as the beginning of the 20th century. The overall view from the bridge, then, is simply the view of where and a view from the bridge 309, how the black people of the world stand today after a summary review of at least 6,000 years of their history. And whether the focus is on Africa, the Caribbean, the Americas, or elsewhere, they are now seen standing at the crossroads of history and confused. Out of the stormy past till we now stand at last. Where? Chapter Roman 13, The Black World at the Crossroads. One of the most troublesome facts in the study of history over very long periods of times, such as several centuries, is that a truth may slowly emerge, period after period, until it clearly forms itself into a truth impregnable, a fact nowhere explicitly stated as such in the mass of data covered. As one continues to move on down through the centuries, countless events and situations may continue to make supporting additions to what has already been established as an unassailable fact. Yet that truth may be so repugnant, so utterly void of any rational or intelligent reason for its existence, that hardly any historian would wish to state it in his work. Yet I did just that when I wrote that the whites are the implacable foe, the traditional and everlasting enemy of the blacks. The compelling reason for publicly putting this declaration in its historical context is clear. The necessary re-education of blacks and a possible solution of racial crises can begin, strangely enough, only when blacks fully realize this central fact in their lives. The white man is their bitter enemy. For this is not the ranting of wild-eyed militancy, but the calm and unmistakable verdict of several thousand years of documented history. Even the sample case study of 10 black states in this work shows that each and every one of those states was destroyed by whites. 310, The Black World at the Crossroads. 311, Facing this reality does not call for increasing hatred or screaming and utterly futile denunciations. Far from it, for all these shouting emotional outbursts by blacks are in themselves indications of weakness, because they becloud the mind and prevent the calm and clear thinking that is absolutely required for planning if the race is to be saved from final destruction. Destruction is not too strong a term here. Only fools will be unable to see that the race is again being hemmed in, surrounded by its enemies, and cannot survive forever under what might be called a state of gradual siege. Those Negroes who are still pleading with the whites for brotherhood through integration are so deaf and blind that they are unable to get the white enemy's reply to these frantic pleas for acceptance through integration. The reply of whites was so loud and clear that it was heard around the world. When segregation in schools and residences was outlawed throughout the United States, whites fled from the cities to the suburbs just as though a plague had struck or some deadly disease was spreading. The blacks were left alone in the cities, now called ghettos or the inner city. This was rejection, total, complete. The black youth of America got this message from the whites first, and they got it quickly. They formed new battle lines. Several millions of middle-class Negroes and their leaders have not received the message yet, and probably never will. For them, the white man is the ship, and all else is the sea. They themselves do not feel competent to develop the highest standards of life in the all-black communities created by the very whites they so much worship. For them, there can be no quality education unless, by hook or crook, some white faces, any kind of white faces, are in the classrooms. Their main drive is to force the fleeing whites to accept them, or, please, zero you superior people. Allow us to bus some of our children to your schools. As they achieve these hollow victories on the integration front, they add a new cry. Give us racial balance. These Negroes have neither the ethnic pride nor the self-respect that is so characteristic of the American Indians, Japanese, and Chinese, and they seem utterly insensitive to being openly rejected by the whites, and battle on with the fantastic idea that they can force the whites to accept them socially. One major reason why young black America understood the white position so quickly was that by some happy circumstance in history, they were more closely attuned to the great common people, and therefore shared their common aspirations and common sense no one has to tell. 312, the destruction of black civilization them, that there can be no bigger farce than the integration of hated and oppressed blacks with the very white enemies who oppress them. Both the farce of integration and the everlasting white enemy are regularly highlighted in the world's press. Race riots in integrated U.S. armies in Europe and even at war in Indochina, race riots in camps in U.S.A. race riots on battleships of integrated U.S. Navy and, in short, open combat between blacks and whites when they are forced together as equals. There is peace and harmony, of course, when the blacks humbly stay in their place, their subordinate place. Using the courts to force whites to accept blacks as equals is quite futile even when, and if all the thousands of court battles are won. White America is overwhelmingly against integration, and white Americans are no different than other whites throughout the world. The only instances in their history when integration was welcomed were when the outcome would put them in a more dominating position, or one of personal security, money, and a prestige they could never otherwise achieve. Hence, because of the high premium many Negroes give to a white skin, the most ordinary whites will eagerly marry any black star or any other blacks if they have money. But in no period in history, and this point is important, have the masses of blacks sought integration and general amalgamation with the whites. During all of their travails, their pride in race was steadfast. Much of the so-called self-hatred actually reflects a sense of futility and despair over lack of leadership and unity for action. They, the black masses, rejected general integration as a movement to obliterate the black race as such. The black masses still reject it. I have pointed out blind alleys into which we are being led by leaders whose aims and objectives are quite personal and not those of the black masses. These black masses demand absolute equality on all fronts, precisely the same rights, privileges, and responsibilities as all one. No one should presume to say what the attitude of any large group of people is without learning what it is directly from the people concerned. Our study of viewpoints began in 1955. The survey started at Tuskegee with 52 school supervisors, principals, teachers, and graduate students from 12 states. They were to conduct polls from time to time in their respective states over a period of years. No formalities, no rush, just two simple questions. Do you want integration? 3. Why? For either yes or no. The black world at the crossroads, 313 other citizens, and without any exceptions whatsoever. This obviously includes the right of every individual to attend the school or college of his choice, rent or buy a home wherever he pleases, marry whom he pleases, white or black, and to freely use all places of public accommodation, all of which is a far, far cry from the doctrine that all of this must necessarily include a white presence to be valid, or a mass movement by the race toward amalgamation. The presence of whites in any given situation should be incidental, if considered at all. What the Negroes referred to above seem incapable of grasping is the difference between a good school and a white school, a good community in which to live and a white community. To them, they are necessarily the same, continuing evidence of the Caucasian success in capturing the minds of blacks. The motherland at the crossroads, the problem is essentially the same in our African homeland. There too, white is still the standard of excellence, of what is right, wise, and best. I personally know a number of African presidents and ministers who will not dare to make important decisions without the guidance of white advisors, men who often know far less about the questions at hand than the presidents and their ministers. But they all feel the need for a white seal of approval. The blacks, therefore, still have a long way to go in order to achieve absolute equality as free men among free men. They have a long way to go in the United States and the numerous other areas in which they live all over the world. In Africa, at this writing, Tanzania leads in the first hard-headed, masses-oriented, socio-economic program that is expressly designed to raise the level of life of the whole people, beginning with those lowest down. It is a truly African program, drawing heavily on African cultural traditions. It was, from its very inception, too much for those of the elite, who think of independence as a mere transfer of power from a white ruling class to a black ruling upper class, leaving the masses no better off than they had been under colonialism. These are the kind of smug and cocksure leaders who are preparing the ground not for military coups, but mass uprisings such as Africa has not yet witnessed. 314. The destruction of black civilization. The first line of action should center around the study and development of nationwide, people-involved, self-help cooperative programs, village by village, town by town, and block by block. Each community would do its own development planning, the government's principal role being to provide advisors, training, technical assistance, and loans when and where these are needed. For people with little or no money, barter and exchange are the first steps toward economic salvation, the basis for capital formation. Increased food production should be seen as for both wealth and health. The main emphasis would be inter-community relations between the various language groups in all development programs. This means agreement plans for each area to specialize in producing goods needed but not produced in the other regions. This is the direct route to national unity through cooperation in order to reach the goals desired in common by all language groups in each African state. This calls for thinking, planning, and hard work. Now it is just here within the race where integration is not only needed, but it is mandatory. We shall remain a weak people until we begin the drive for integration of blacks first of all, instead of battling to integrate with other peoples. The second great task of government calls for furthering the home front economic development by aggressively working for African economic unity on a scale never before attempted. Interstate trade and other economic programs designed to deal with Asia and Europe must begin with unity of action in Africa itself, region by region, and then interregional or continental efforts, if Black Africa is ever to free itself from the present economic morass. Nor will we be able to cover our failures by endlessly sweating and fumbling over South Africa. Black Africa can never deal effectively with white-ruled areas until it deals with Black Africa itself first. The foundation for everything we do or wish to do is economic, a word that simply means wealth enough to be really independent and having the means to do what must be done. If we have not noticed that every one of the great Black nations studied rose as the result of a variety of wealth-producing activities which enabled them to achieve set goals. If we missed this fact, then we missed the most important lesson they left us in this book. Another significant fact was the widespread trade between the early African states. Somehow they overrode the communications barriers about which we now hear so much. The crying first need throughout the African world, however, is dedicated leaders, not just office-holding bureau the black world at the crossroads 315 crats, but men and women leaders who will be more and more in the field among the people, and less preoccupied in offices with paperwork. These will be people on a mission to improve the lives of the people, rather than enriching themselves. Meanwhile, a frustrated people send up a silent prayer, often heavy with tears. Please, zero God, send us a few real leaders, just a few, Lord. Wanted leaders and an African ideology, the black people of the world have therefore come at last to destiny's crossroads. They must make some fundamental decisions as a single people. The one hopeful sign is that they are slowly and painfully coming to their hitherto beclouded senses, coming to realize that they are one people with a common destiny, and that, no matter how scattered over the world, the treatment suffered by one black group is suffered by all. But there is a terrible crisis of leadership at the crossroads. There is no united leadership group or any real effort to create one. The great difficulty is that black leaders, again, unlike the Jews, do not know what their own heritage is. They are almost wholly ignorant of their own cultural source, from which independent, original thinking springs and progress is inspired. The Negro leaders who spearhead and carry on the campaigns for integration, amalgamation being the aim, not only do not know the great heritage of the blacks, they do not want to know it. They wish to draw on the Caucasian heritage and become identified with it. They are totally rejected by the whites, but no matter, they keep on trying because the white liberals do encourage them to hope by mixing with them from time to time. Other leaders, equally ignorant of their heritage, simply do not know which way to lead. They too feel compelled to adopt and follow Caucasian ideologies because they do not feel free, equal, and competent enough to develop an ideology of their own, an African-oriented ideology. Hence many, including some black youth leaders from whom so much was expected, are jumping out of white capitalistic democracies, frying pans straight into white communism's fire. Neither system was designed for the black world, yet each is only too anxious to use the blacks as they have always been used, a numerical power base for white rule. Moreover, the capitalistic version of democracy and the 316, the destruction of black civilization's Soviet version of communism, not only could not serve the interests and aspirations of the black masses, but they do not serve the interest of the white masses, neither of them. Of course, there would be a much larger class and a more powerful class of black commissars and black central committees if communism should spread over the black world, and more black capitalists if capitalism becomes the prevailing way of life. In each case, we have not a theory or a speculation, but a plain operating fact that even a fool can see. Both capitalism and communism have ruling classes that suppress and exploit the people. The masses of people, like so many masses of puppets, are fed and filled with the ideals and principles of both systems. For these they fight and die, screaming these ideals as though they were drugged. Voting creates an illusion of power that does not exist in fact. It works wonderfully well for the rulers, the real decision-makers, because the people in capitalistic democracies actually believe they are deciding and running things. One surprising difference between capitalistic and communistic countries is that the people in the latter countries know they are powerless. When the United States assumed the leadership role of holding the line of white Western power throughout the world, Russia took over a similar role for the white East European states. The hammer and sickle flag is different than the stars and stripes, but each now represents the same objective. Communism seeks to bring the various peoples of the world under the white supremacy of white communist states under Russian domination. Our capitalistic democracy aims at doing the same thing: white rule under American domination. Hence, the Cold War which has nothing to do with communism itself. The so-called Cold War is, in fact, a contest between two of the strongest white powers for world domination. Because communism is not the real issue, as capitalism is not the real issue on the communist side, the United States will form alliances and give all-out aid and support to a communist country just as quickly, some say more quickly, as to a non-communist country, anything to weaken, not communism, but Russia, the chief white challenge for world rule. As between these two giants, the choice of the blacks can only be a choice between two groups of white masters, although the yoke and shackles of one are attractively painted red. Nor will the blacks find their salvation in Mao's China or any third world, in which they will still be in a subordinate position. To be equal, they must first stand on their own feet. The black world at the crossroads 317 in this capitalism vs. communism connection, the immediate trouble confronting the blacks is that so many millions of them have been made so wholly dependent on the white race for so many generations that they have become mentally lazy. For these, dependence has become comfortable. It frees them from the initiative, responsibility, and planning required of independent free men and women. Leave it to the white folks has become their unspoken creed. They have not yet come to realize that this attitude of dependence by so many is responsible for the whole race being characterized as children and men being called boys. To be recognized as men, they seem not to know they must aggressively assume the real role of men. And this is why so many black leaders expect the solution to the so-called race problem to be handed to them on the silver platters of white ideologies. This excuses them from both the mental tasks of working out their own and the labor required for actually carrying through a united action program, first nationwide and then worldwide. It is needless to say what elementary common sense dictates, which is that when the African people achieve enough unity to develop the ideological guidelines for their own advancement, they will draw what is best for them from any or all existing systems as a simple matter of course. For whatever an African organized way of life might be, they would not hesitate any more than Stalin and the Soviet leaders when they brought in capitalists from the United States, Germany, and England, not to adopt capitalism but to learn those capitalistic skills, techniques, and methods which would be useful in building a great Soviet Union. The emerging communist states drew heavily on capitalism when it served their purpose, openly and without apology. Hence, they became equal with the greatest powers without changing their own ideology. These observations are addressed only to those who seem not to know that one may extract what he needs from capitalism and communism without becoming capitalist or communist. The black unity threat, no one seems to have noticed or understood the signals from the white world. Signals which tell how tremendously important the whites regard any movement toward unity among the blacks. Nothing racial seems to upset them more. That is why they insist on being in on any. 318, the destruction of black civilization, black organizational movement, either as financially supporting members or as advisors, observers, or reporters. To bar them from any exclusively all-black conference is regarded as something a little less than treason or as some kind of black conspiracy in the making. On the other hand, no blacks are ever present at all-white conferences where the fate of blacks everywhere is discussed and decided. Unity among the blacks has been prevented for so many centuries that the various mechanisms to keep blacks disorganized have been perfected in the Western system of race control. The white man is keenly aware of the tremendous power of any well-organized groups, but an organization of blacks on a scope that would represent the voice of Black America would be a threat and a challenge not only to continued white domination of blacks in the United States, but also foreign policies and practices that affect the lives of African people elsewhere over the world. But the apprehension of whites about the possibility of real black unity appears to be quite as needless now as in the past, for we are still in the meeting and talking stage of our history and appear not to be ready even to begin the attack on the obviously built-in obstacles. These have been pointed out over and over again in this study. They had to be emphasized and could not possibly be overemphasized, because, in addition to the historic reasons for our own self-generated disunity, no other non-white people on Earth are in the dangerous situation of having so many of their leaders selected, appointed, sponsored, or financed by the white ruling classes. In the case of blacks in the United States, and the same is true of blacks elsewhere, these Negro heads of important institutions and organizations represent the white man's indirect rule over the black community. It is the voice of these leaders that is accepted as the voice of the race. They do indeed have a great following, drawn almost entirely from the traditional Negro elite or upper-middle-class lawyers, government officials, doctors, professors, school administrators, scientists, engineers, heads of integrationist organizations, etc. They are essentially anti-black, anti-African, and therefore anti-black studies. Hence their frantic drive for integration which, of course, will effectively check the alarming development of pride in race, a sense of cultural identity with one's own bloodline, and a growing knowledge of being members of a race with a record of achievements unsurpassed by any other people, despite the conversion of so much that was black to white. This the Negro leadership, with the black world at the crossroads 319, destroy, even at its inception, by forcing the black youth of America more directly under white education, direction and controller, vengeful striking back at black youth for starting a revolt against their mental enslavement in the first place. In a panel discussion with 3 other university presidents, the head of one major white university said, "Integration is a very misleading term. Our black students are as separate from the white students as they are in the general society. And they know it. They come because of the vast number of special scholarships offered to them. This is a wise program from our point of view. It brings more of the future black leaders into a more traditionally American environment. We are not disturbed by their demand for black studies, for these, of course, will be gradually phased out as their emotions cool." That same month, May 1971, a Negro professor declared, "Black studies are ridiculous in any university. I am not black, and I will not join in this new hypocrisy. I am a Negro, yet outside the United States I am considered white." On a recent TV program, the head of a militant black movement went even further. In response to a question, he said, "Look at me. I am neither black, Negro, nor African. I am a Moor. My roots are in Asia." He was born in Mississippi. But the moderator pressed, "You call your movement a black movement?" "Ah," the great Moorish leader replied, that strategy, apparently satisfied that the black masses did not hear him, or if they did, would not understand. Quite relevant to all this, I have made several points above. One was that, notwithstanding the white man's well-developed system of maintaining disunity within the African race, he is still disturbed by any signs of a movement towards unity among blacks, and goes into action in many subtle ways to offset it. The important point is the most disheartening. This is the fact that the white man really has nothing to fear from any effective unity among blacks for a long, long time, because he himself installs and backs most of the key leaders of the race, 2 of which I have just quoted above, and the number is legion. We still have, in the closing years of the 20th century, therefore, exactly the same unique problem that confronted Africans in Egypt over 6,000 years ago. And we challenge any student of history to point out any other people who are or have been saddled with a perpetually disunifying and progress-checking problem of this magnitude. For while 320, the destruction of black civilization, the white man has mingled his blood with non-white peoples from times immemorial. In no other people was the outcome a hostile race within a race. No other non-white people with Caucasian blood, whether Indian, Japanese, or Chinese, feel any compelling reason for integration, a code word for amalgamation, with the whites. Quite the contrary, they resist it as a policy or an acceptable general practice. The only hope for the kind of racial unity that will really liberate the blacks in America and command the respect of the world will be a new kind of mass organization on a scale with an action program never before attempted. This will require a new kind of leadership, a leadership with the single purpose of helping the masses up towards a better life. We are noted for our countless organizations, large and small. Each is an independent kingdom, struggling to become an empire under a great chief. This is inevitable in the circumstances, but as the history of Africa, not one of these, standing alone, can meet the mounting crisis of the race. If they will not unite, the race need not continue in despair because of the unyielding pride of individual leaders. A people's mass organization movement can override all obstacles. But will this be done? The subtitle of this book, Great Issues of a Race from 4500 B.C. to 2000 AD, has puzzled some readers. 2000 AD. That is the end of this century, and we are not there yet. This subtitle, however, not only reflects the author's conviction that the main obstacles which confronted us in the past and are with us today will still be with us in the year 2000 and after, but also that for the rest of this century, it is very likely that the blacks will still be meeting, listening to and applauding fiery, soul-stirring speeches, protesting and denouncing injustices, or happily relying on politics as the ultimate solution of our problems. The frustrations, confusion of goals, and a sense of helplessness are likely to continue into the next century. What black youth began as the foundation for a new and mighty advance may be, and indeed is being defeated. But whether the task of what must be done is undertaken by this generation or left to the next, one thing is certain. It can never be said again that the black race does not know exactly what to do, or that not a single member of the race ever carefully studied and then presented a comprehensive plan as one way out. For the final pages of this work offer such a plan. It is not the plan, but a comprehensive basis for beginning and improving, but beginning. Chapter Roman 14, Organizing a Race for Action, just as it is in the case of Africa and black people everywhere. The central problem of over 35 million blacks in the United States is unity. Nothing will ever be achieved by such a minority group in white America, nothing that leads to real adjustment for progress, until a powerful unity movement among blacks develops throughout the United States. This must be done to achieve full recognition even as men and women, not to mention full citizenship. As a larger and larger measure of nationwide unity is achieved, the next two steps should be in the direction of charting a practical line of advance and of action, once the courses of action are carefully and sensibly planned. The picture of several thousand black organizations, each independent and vying for leadership, is substantially the same picture of fragmentation and disunity in Africa that led to the downfall of the whole race. We have also seen that even in earliest times, very often all that was involved was that somebody wanted to be the head, was not getting there fast enough, and therefore organized his own little state. Most of them perished, picked off one by one. The same thing will happen to any black organizations, standing alone, that disturbs the white mind. 321. 322. The destruction of black civilization, the obstacles to unity, are so great that the outlook is both discouraging and frightening to all but the strong with the will to both survive and overcome. The very first major obstacle to be overcome involves a mental revolution out of which black America faces up to the stark reality that white America as a whole is its enemy, that blacks will be recognized only in a subordinate role, that the scattering of black office holders, high and low, really means nothing to the race as a whole, that there are actually two sets of laws as administered, one for whites and one for blacks, just as there are two sets of wages and prices, and finally, that the blacks' loyalty and devotion to the whites, in spite of all they have done and still do against THM, mystifies the whites themselves and confirms anew their belief that such humble dog attitudes indicate inferiority independently of everything else. Until Afro-Americans are quite clear in their own minds about their real situation in this country, all talk about unity and achieving equal justice will be just that useless talk. But with a clear understanding of reality, the specific studies and planning for a broad program for securing racial unity and progress can begin. No one would propose that 35 million blacks be brought under a single umbrella of leadership, nor is that necessary. But an organizing national conference should develop a program designed to form hundreds of organizations into one vast national body of millions, with each society carrying on its own functions as before except in matters concerning the whole race, or organized by families and individuals, community by community and state by state. Where the matter concerns the whole race, affiliated groups would speak in one voice through the overall organization of the race. But since the overall race organization will be directly involved in promoting definite action programs on all fronts, the members of all affiliated groups will also be members of the overall race organization. The separatist movement of whites gave Negro integrationists another shock, showing them how utterly dependent they had been on white one. Examples might be nationwide boycotts, U.S. support and supply of arms and bomber planes to Portugal and South Africa, domestic and international trade policies that affect the black world, and similar matters about which not a single existing black organization could have any effect at all. Organizing a Race for Action 323 enterprise for just about everything, even in all-black neighborhoods before the whites left their own exclusive sections. But the shock did not affect their dependent mentality. In an all-black community of 100,000 people, there were only 3 black-owned grocery stores, and very small ones at that, compared with 75 white-operated stores. Not a single black-owned hardware store, 7 white, or laundry, 15 white-owned laundromats, etc. In a city of nearly 1 million blacks, there is not a single black-owned department store or any other important enterprise. We have left it all to the whites, just as though they alone can create jobs and job opportunities. The perpetual hat-in-hand cry of poverty must end. What we have too much of is the poverty of spirit. Nor will the lack of finance alibi stand, for in spite of our lower incomes, we waste millions in luxuries. What we lack is the chain store vision and the enterprising spirit that organizes groups fully able to launch large-scale, community-financed undertakings. The white withdrawal created citywide black communities. Most of the first-class services went to the suburbs. The blacks must now fill the gaps on all fronts, must prove their worth. The time for big talking is over. The time for big action is here. That is why a nationwide movement for unity in one vast organization of millions is the road to constructive action through the various black communities of the country. Wanted all prisoners to enlist. Organizing the Race for Action must include a carefully developed plan for tapping and drawing on some unused and rejected sources of strength. These are our prisoners and former prisoners. For among the many problems which the blacks themselves must solve is crime, and primarily because almost all crimes committed by blacks are against blacks, not whites. There must be some program of action in sheer self-defense. Both crime and the fears for safety it breeds will begin to disappear in the black community only when some such programs for unity, for opportunities, and public education, as outlined in this work, gets underway. 324. The destruction of black civilization. These offenders do not know that they are enlisted in the white man's army to slowly destroy the race. The war takes many unsuspecting forms, including the big and increasingly widespread use of narcotics among blacks, and an armed surrounding suburbia trained by sportsmen gun and target clubs, nationwide task forces, specially trained for inner-city operations. The list goes on and on. The community must be made safe for people to live and work, happily and without fears for themselves or their children. Therefore, the blacks themselves must have a program. Here is where community control, about which we hear so much, should begin. First, anti-crime steps might be widespread information, which is education, about the true meaning of blacks' crimes almost exclusively against blacks. And secondly, community development plans are designed to create more opportunities for all. There are other possible programs that could radically reduce crime, programs short of the final step. For if all else fails, each community, should open an all-out war along lines determined by the community. No such final course will be necessary, however, if the Black community becomes a truly functioning community, in fact. For then there would be so much work to be done in an overall race movement that the so-called criminal, in jail or out, would have a society not only to return to, but one that welcomes him warmly and needs him or her urgently. As things now stand, all this talk about returning to society is sheer idiocy. What society? The only society I know about is as criminal and oppressive outside of the penal institutions as are its representatives inside of them. The big difference is only in the bigness of society in general, the bigness of crime off the street and up in high places, and the bigness of the hostility to and rejection of the men coming out of prisons by the very same society to which they are expected to return and adjust. We are, whether we realize it or not, imprisoned inseparably with our confined prisoners, ex-prisoners, and those who are headed for places behind walls. We are together. Who is going to be murdered then? Raped? Robbed? The whites? Of course not, and for several clear-cut reasons. The first may not seem obvious, but blacks who so readily make criminal attacks on their own people are unconsciously striking out against the unbearable situation of what appears to be permanent organizing a race for Action 325 disunity, and therefore the utter helplessness of a race whose liberation from oppression can be achieved only by united initiatives of its own. They, the so-called criminals, and their youthful followers, expect nothing beneficial from the white world and see no reason for hope in their own. Hence, like caged animals, they strike at what is nearest them, their own people. They are actually trying to kill a situation they hate, unaware that even in this, they are serving the white man well. For the whites need not go all out for genocide schemes for which they are often charged, when blacks are killing themselves off daily on such a large scale. This brings us directly to the second reason why most crimes by blacks are against blacks and not, as even the whites would expect, against whites. The unequal justice system of white America encourages blacks to commit crimes against blacks and even rewards them with lighter sentences if convicted. Black life is cheap. Black womanhood is not honored. One may destroy either with both ease and relative protection. All this could be radically changed by a nationwide organization of the race with a new outlook program of a new kind of educational system, training when needed, and above all, enterprises as a job-creating system, the very first moves toward the creation of the kind of society that will give both pride and inspiration to black youth, and the kind of society that will have positive alternatives to crimes, and one to which every prisoner can return with hope. In such a society, the very expression ex-con or ex-anything else would be rigorously banned. This would be a part of the new education about which I have spoken. All talk about reform and rehabilitation is just so much nonsense until society itself is reformed, for you can never rehabilitate men and women who have never been habilitated in the first place. You can never reform those who have never been allowed to be formed. Black society still has the spiritual qualities for the task. What is needed now is an honest and unselfish collective leadership. I have gone into some details in both outlining the most disturbing spots cast by the darkening shadows of history and also trying to pinpoint what the possible signs of promise are. For the black world, history's watchmen could see no sign of promise, no sign of hope outside of a position of strength which unity alone can provide. But there will never be a real unity without a plan and a program to sustain it. Petty power struggles, bickering and attacking each other are all signs of a death wish as a race. Which way then, you still enshackled? 326. The destruction of black civilization. Blacks, 6,000 years of their history has answered, unite or perish. The tragedy that bloodied the pages in every period of their history because of disunity should be warning enough for the blacks of Africa, the Caribbean, and elsewhere. But being the one people who are generally ignorant of their history, it may well be that many will not see unity as a question of life or death. However, there has been so much history during the time of those now living that the precarious situation of the black race should be obvious to all. Only a largely united people can successfully confront oppressors, and without praying on bended knees or even pleading, secure the removal of all shackling chains. The choice is between unity of action in calm, careful thinking, and planning the courses of action through one vast organization of millions, either this or ultimate damnation. If the race is incapable of unity, it is incapable of survival as a free and equal people, and will deserve all the iniquities imposed upon it, for it will have proved beyond all question that it is indeed unfit to survive as a people free and equal in every respect whatsoever with the other peoples of the earth. What is proposed here is a moratorium on feudal rhetoric and the beginning of real racial unity through an action program never attempted before. Therefore, black leadership obstacles will still be with us, and for the same ancient reasons. A mass organization expressly planned to enrich the lives of the people on all fronts, and directly through the people's ownership of and profit sharing in all economic enterprises, this will be too much for many leaders to adopt, except in principle. And any such all-Africa race movement in the United States will certainly be bitterly opposed by all Negro integrationists, because no whites would be in it. This, in their skewed minds, means black separatism. Black separatists, who are they? The simple truth is that the African people in the United States and throughout the world are not, and never have been, separatists in fact. Perhaps this has been their weakness. They have never really hated the whites, and they do not really hate whites now. What is taken for hatred, when applied to blacks, is their reaction against being hated, rejected, and oppressed. And the thinking whites know this very well. Organizing a race for Action 327 when they cry, racism in reverse, or reverse discrimination and reverse segregation, they are saying, in effect, that only we whites may discriminate or segregate but not you blacks. All white organizations that exclude blacks everywhere are normal and proper from the white perspective, but an all-black organization excluding the whites. Perish the thought. Whites flee en masse from cities throughout the nation to avoid integrated schools and fair housing laws. These are the real separatists, not the blacks who never fled from the whites at all. Yet those blacks who said, "Let them go. Let us not pursue them. Let us stay where we are, stand on our own feet as men and women, and begin to build and improve our own schools and communities." These, not the whites, are denounced as separatists or black nationalists. The question which blacks must answer and act on, or remain forever exactly where they are, is how can a minority group in a situation distinctly different from that of any other minority successfully live and develop happily in an overwhelmingly white society? This is the question that faces us squarely in the critical times at the crossroads, and the decision must be taken as a race, and by the race rather than by self-appointed leaders. The term crossroads here must be taken more seriously than a mere metaphor, for people may reach that intersection in life where the routes cross, leading in different directions. We only know the road over which we have just come. So at the crossroads, we must pause, uncertain. Which way now? Which way should we go? The numerous movements, led by charismatic leaders with catchy slogans to shout, are roads many will take. The biggest crowd-drawing route will always be baited with some kind of religion, led by some prophet or mystic. For religion, any kind of religion, has been the means by which hope was maintained by a people without any basis for hope. And the search for real leaders has always been so desperate that the people flock to this or that promoter's movement, hoping that a true leader has been found at last. The personal wealth amassed by these leaders is a matter of pride for many of their followers to the poor and ignorant who are being fleeced. Even the palatial mansion with colorfully uniformed servants reflect the power and glory of their leader. Criticism is silenced, for these leaders are shrewd, natural psychologists. They know exactly what appeals to the deprived masses, what will give them a feeling of being somebody and uplifted. Thousands will continue to be exploited by the smarter ones who know all the tricks that stir the emotion. And 328, the destruction of black civilization, empty pocketbooks. And apparently, these countless thousands of faithful followers like it. There are several big organizations, each concerned with different aspects of the racial situation, which carry on successful and much-needed work in their respective fields. Some were on the battlefront for the race when no one else was there. Without them, the situation of blacks in America would be far worse than it is. If we henceforth advance at all, no matter in what direction or how different, it will be from the foundations the best of these organizations have already laid. How long the black race will stand at the crossroads, uncertain what to do, confused, and in fact actually afraid, how long only future history will tell. But one thing is certain, there is a way out. There is an open, untried road. That untried road to actual unity and the actual improvement of the lives of the black masses everywhere is exactly what is proposed in these pages in clear, concrete, and specific terms. The direction of civilization since, by the actual nature of things, racism will never be wished away. The human race could escape the predicted general war between races and reach a real state of civilization at last through a symbiotic society. There would be no pretense of love and brotherhood, which did not exist in fact. The fierce and increasing battles of the whites against integration illustrate the point most clearly. And this is why people of the African race will have to accept the harsh fact that they are rejected by the whites, back up, and begin to reorganize for a position of power that commands respect, not love, and one that will, therefore, bring about the kind of cooperation and opportunities that eventuate in real equality and equal justice. Equality simply means the removal of every barrier that prevents a human being from realizing his fullest potential. 1. The doctrine of human equality has never meant the triumph of ignorance and incompetence over intelligence and industry. It never meant forcing those at the bottom to the top regardless of inability or lack of will. But it does mean that the ladder of opportunity should always be there for everyone to rise as high as he is able to climb and willing to go. Organizing a race for Action 329 to achieve the goal of survival and self-action progress, the blacks do not have to withdraw anywhere to form a separatist society, for the whites themselves have created an even more completely black separatist society in their mad flights to the suburbs. Here we have all that is meant by symbiosis before our very eyes, living, concrete, and almost complete. For having thus withdrawn to make their own separatist community more complete, the whites must not be allowed to perpetuate the lower status of blacks by also controlling and dominating the black community from which they fled. But this will mean something far more than the black people's fragmented programs of the 1960s marching demonstrations, singing, praying in public squares, shouting protests and slogans, or even the frantic screams of "burn, baby, burn." Self-destroying, uncontrolled emotional outbursts must be checked precisely because they becloud the mind, make you just the easy targets the enemy is waiting for, and thereby prevent the kind of deliberate and rational thinking and planning that can not only defend and advance the life of the community, but can help civilization itself to survive. Now it may well be that perceptive whites will be quick to see, probably even before blacks, that my reference to them as the traditional enemy of the race is not at all a call for increased hatred, tensions, and endless conflicts between the races. For those whites who have read even the high points of the record presented in this work will see with no trouble at all that I have singled out the exact routes to the kind of organized power and influence which will engage a subordinated people in self-improving activities that demonstrate visibly their equality as men and women throughout the world. The perceptive whites will also see quickly enough that reference to them as enemies of the race will be a threat to their absolute supremacy only if it causes the blacks to wake up, begin to realize how fragile is the basis for their present faith in the ultimate justice of the white man, and begin to unite to plan a different course, something they have never done before. Above all, they can see the great difference between the powerful force of a massive body organized on such a scale that it will actually represent the voice and will of blacks in America, and the relative powerlessness of individual organizations and black capitalist groups, important and desirable as each may be in itself. For they know that both the real economic and political power in the United States is silently exercised by the thoroughly organized giant corporations which, 330, the destruction of black civilization supported and financed by the tax-paying public with government grants and subsidies, operate realistic socialism at the top. How was all this power achieved? This is the important question here. Study their steps to unity and be amazed, because no matter how diverse and competitive the giant corporations were, they formed, step by step, the most thoroughgoing system of overall unity in the world. At the summit of world corporate power, it is neither private nor free enterprise. Small business enterprises are indeed private, but they are free only in imagination. They are the dependent satellites of the all-powerful interlocking corporations and conglomerates. This quiet capitalistic socialism is interesting to study and compare with the openly proclaimed Marxist or state socialism. If we ignore the ideological principles and slogans that influence the masses, all appear as actually anti-people, and therefore anti-civilization. The main thrust of civilization, like religion itself, was toward a more humane society, piloted and guided by the upward march of the human spirit as man slowly advanced from beasthood to a higher and higher level of mankind. Blessed with a mind that enabled him to think, analyze, discover, and invent, he could now evolve education and promote the development of science and technology to further the advance of the whole human species. The medium of exchange, which in relatively recent times became money, was expanded to facilitate the spread of necessities of life for the common welfare. But somewhere back through the years, the whole upward trend was reversed, as aggression inspired by greed led to the easy acquisition of both wealth and political power by the daring few at the expense of the many. Mass poverty and the ignorance and disease, which are its inseparable companions, spread as the wealth belonging to all the people came to be owned or controlled by the few in every country, no matter what system or ideology it claimed. This is not the direction civilization is supposed to take. We have what should be its reflection: advances in science, technology, great skyscraper cities, skies filled with aircraft, moon flights, improvements in everything but man himself, his murderous, greedy soul being still ages back there in the caves of his ancestors. For the blacks, who are most victimized everywhere, their own situation can be radically changed in a program that regards money only as the means by which they can do the things that must be done through cooperation. For the kind of NEW cooperative organization we have been discussing will be different from those now existing in Funda, organizing a race for action, 331 mental aims and objectives. The concept here is cooperation as the humane law of life, total and actual unity, brotherhood and sisterhood throughout the organization, and not just economic cooperatives such as stores, markets, housing, farms, etc., important as these will be. And we say this united movement toward a more humane economic system in the midst of a dog-eat-dog, money-mad, competitive society will be a movement in the direction of real civilization. The challenging question is whether blacks of the 20th century can recover enough of the vision, strength, and will of their forefathers who built the great pyramids to undertake the tasks of this present. The liberation of our minds, this is task number one. It will not be easy and will not be easily achieved in a single generation. The reasons have already been rather clearly set forth. The present-day confused outlook of the African people is the result of centuries of Caucasian acculturation, a quite natural process wherever one people come under the economic, political, and social domination of another people. The ideologies and value system of the oppressors quite unconsciously become those of the oppressed, even when the result is demonstratively against themselves. But all other oppressed peoples, whether Indian, Chinese, or Japanese, were able to hold on doggedly to their own racial pride and cultural heritage as the last resource for survival as a people. Unlike the blacks, they were never completely cut off from this sustaining lifeline of every people. In order to clear away some of the confusing cobwebs from our minds, we may be helped by rethinking through the following proposi equals tians. 1. Black Americans en masse are not going to emigrate to Africa or anywhere else. This is a fact equally true of all large black populations elsewhere outside of Africa. The real spirit of racial identity with the land of our forefathers and a real Pan-Africanism will emerge only in those black population areas which, through their own unified development programs, have reached the level of strength that enables them to maintain a permanent system of exchange in visits, goods and services with the motherland and other areas. 332. The destruction of black civilization 2. Nobody is going to destroy the American system, and nobody is going to destroy either capitalism or communism. There will be no attempt here to go into detailed analysis to demonstrate why neither capitalism or communism can be acceptable wholly by the African people. Draw on any beneficial elements in each. Yes, accept either one as our total system. No, those who have been so brainwashed into ideological blindness that they cannot see that the actual political, economic, and social structures of capitalism and communism are substantially the same, with the same upper ruling classes, same elite classes, and the same controlled and exploited masses. Those unable to see this operating over the world before their very eyes will, of course, be unable to see what is presented here. 3. Since most blacks live within what is essentially a capitalist system, when they face up to the fact that neither they nor any other shouting group are going to destroy the system, then they will be in a position to plan how to deal with the system. They not only need wholly accept it, but they should reject black capitalism as a solution of the economic bondage problems of the masses. For it must certainly be clear by now that my whole focus is on a system that directly benefits the people lower down, the great common people, and not just the further enrichment of blacks who are already well off and far ahead. And Africans in a capitalist state have the freedom to organize and do for themselves things they would never be allowed to do in any communist state. This all-important fact must be acknowledged even by bitter enemies of the system, simply because it is a fact. From this fact comes the opportunity for blacks to unite and develop a more humane economic system of a new kind of community cooperatives, owned and controlled by the people in each community. 4. The white man as an enemy of blacks will become less and less a fact, and his hostile or contemptuous attitude will change to more and more respect if and when this race begins to move forward on 3 fronts. The first is the kind of massive organization, the very existence of which means the presence of an organized power to be reckoned with. The second is a nationwide economic development program promoted by the Unified Race Organization as enterprises of a united people, as distinguished from those of private individuals and corporations. The aims would be the creation of career and general employment opportunities, a national foundation and central banking system to maintain and safeguard the financial resources required to carry on the organizing a race for Action 333 work of the race, and without which we can only remain a pleading and begging people. See political action. There is no question about better race relations developing as more and more members of the race register and vote, and the number of black officials elected to office increases. The recent notable increase in the number of black elected officials in the United States, be it remembered, resulted almost entirely from the existence of predominantly black communities after the whites had withdrawn to the suburbs. The bitter irony in this situation is that thousands of Negro integrationists quickly took advantage of this concentration of black political power to be elected to local, state, and national offices Congress. If their program to break up all black communities and scatter sight, the people among the whites had succeeded, they would never have been elected to office. The few well-known exceptions do not change the picture. Yet the great focus of today's black leaders, young and old, is on politics. That is understandable, for we are still in the talking stage, and politics is a profession of talkers. The drive to increase the black vote should go on. The election of blacks to office should be accelerated. Still, the central questions will demand answers sooner or later. What kind of persons are we electing? After the politicians are elected to the various offices, who, besides themselves, actually benefit from all the campaigning and voting? How much real difference would it make in the situation of blacks in this country if we elected 15 U.S. senators, 100 congressmen, 5,000 state legislators, mayors, etc.? For what is well known is that some black officials, once elected to office, turn out to be as conservative and reactionary as any congressman from the backwoods of Mississippi. Yet politics is too important to be left forever in present situations. Blacks need more political education on how to choose whom, or evaluating guidelines above the prevailing gift of gab. The respect of the whites, which was the point of departure in the realm of politics, may be very superficial indeed and tentative. Here he is seeking the black vote, seeking help in securing a better job and a better position of political power. Black political power can support, but never replace, an organized economic power system within the race itself that gives it the resources to do what has to be done, the only move that will command the respect for blacks as a people throughout the world. 5. The fifth barrier to the liberation of our minds would have been set forth first if we were proceeding in the order of importance of difficulty. For it is, perhaps, the most tragic and formidable. That mental blockage. 334. The destruction of black civilization of total liberation developed from the way religion has been used to capture, enslave, and exploit the black people of the world for over 1,000 years. For the African people are, and always have been, a very religious and high spiritual people. But we were also a religiously gullible people, believing that the religion of the foreigners, with their belief in one supreme God, though called by different names, was essentially the same as our own. And this was right. What the blacks did not know, however, was that while both Christianity and Islam were in themselves great and acceptable faiths, they were being used by men whose main purposes were conquest and enslavement in pursuit of economic and political power. The whole continent of Africa was taken over, its wealth exploited, and its people dehumanized through enslavement, all in the name of Jesus Christ, Allah, and civilization. Their success is always assured because, when the spotlights of history are turned on and reveal that those conquest aims were for political domination and economic exploitation under the cover of religion, they scream that their religion itself is under attack, and their faithful followers believe it. Thus the great religions of both Islam and Christianity have been disgraced by evil men with blood-curdling cries of jihad, or holy war, against black unbelievers, pagans, or the Christian missions of civilization that rationalized European conquests. The future task before black Muslims and black Christians is distinguishing their true religion from how evil men have used it to serve their own non-religious purposes. This writer, for example, is a devout Christian, but that fact does not blind him to the chains of bondage hammered on his race in the name of Christianity, or cause him to try to gloss over or soften the records of history when his own religion is unfavorably exposed. 6. To escape at last from our mental house of bondage, we must see this color-crazy world in a clearer perspective. For color-crazy it is. We should begin by drawing a vast African circle of honor around all those millions of Africans of mixed blood, often referred to as mulattoes, who from the earliest times to the present have stood steadfast and loyally identified with the race of their originally black mothers. They deserve special honor exactly because they did not have to do so when amalgamation of the races spread over Egypt and the Arabic world, and they had compelling reasons for not being identified with black-skinned Africans, for they were classified as white and therefore not subject to enslavement. This fact is of the greatest importance in understanding organizing a race for Action 335, the history of this race, for if skipped over as it always has been, that history will remain confused. Therefore, we have pointed out that when the general enslavement of whites and mulattoes ended, and slavery was confined to those with black skins, the color of black itself became the trademark of slavery, and therefore, anathema, evil, and the worst that could happen to a human being was to be born black. And this is why we have drawn an African circle of honor around those of mixed blood, who, in spite of all this, even through the most frightful centuries, split DFF from their pro-white and anti-black brothers and sisters to remain with the unfortunate blacks. Where the future of an entire race is the concern, the importance of being fully aware of the great difference in racial attitude that has always existed among those of mixed blood should be self-evident. The course of that future will be determined by a growing mass of intelligence and alertness, which enables people to use quite different criteria in the search for honest and reliable leaders. At present, our mental laziness permits any smooth and fast talker to assume leadership. Just knowing about anti-black mulattoes will not remove need to know what each individual stands for. Color is no guide, for the blackest of the blacks may be an arch traitor. Best route emerges before the eyes in every race-wide situation. A race-wide organization, in this case to provide mass education in the homes, the kind of community-wide information that will enable the people to choose dedicated and competent leaders and other essential workers, and ferret out the exploiters who worm their way into key offices which enable them, as representatives of the white man, to defeat or check any organized, all-black efforts to advance. 7. In view of the facts already set forth, it should not be surprising why so many American Negroes are identifying themselves with the Arabic Middle East or Asia rather than Africa. The fact that in the United States, all Africans and persons with any discernible African blood were legally classified as Negroes made a most important difference, and contrasted sharply with other parts of the world, where mulattoes are either classified as white or given the legal status of a separate ethnic group with a privileged status above those with dark or black complexion. Even mulattoes arriving from some of the West Indian islands are often shocked to find the American practice of classifying all of them as Negroes. They resent it, and many will not live in the United States for this reason. By contrast, the anti-black mulattoes in the United States. 336. The destruction of black civilization, while resenting the indiscriminate grouping also, have accepted both Negro and colored as proper names, and black, tentatively for strategic leadership reasons, have sought a breakthrough by spearheading drives for integration, forced busing for racial balance, and scatter-site housing in white suburbia. Most important, during the past 20 years, increased trav enabled them to learn with certainty that mulattoes are indeed considered white throughout the Muslim Middle East and Muslim North Africa, Egypt, Algeria, Tunis, Morocco, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and the Holy Land of Islam, Saudi Arabia. Now anyone who is even moderately acquainted with the history of the Arab slave trade for the past 2,000 years would know that, as a result, there are not only millions of mulattoes throughout the Arab states, but countless thousands of jet-black Africans whose ancestors were also born there. All peak Arabic are Muslims and consider themselves Arabs for exactly the same reasons as emphasized before, that blacks born in the United States consider themselves Americans. One can very readily understand why those Negroes who wish to escape black or African identity are pushing for an identity of color with their kind in those countries when they are white, and therefore in a class distinctly superior to the still enslaved or subordinated blacks still living there. And they have every right, natural or otherwise, to follow their own inclinations. Indeed, the race would experience the joyful relief that comes with a new birth of freedom if the particular group would stop trying to operate in both the white and black worlds, stop straddling the fence, and get down decisively on the side of its choice. They will never do this, of course, because they enjoy the same double advantage of a most famous ancestor, Leo Africanus, who, when pressed in Rome to say whether he considered himself African or white, replied that he shifted to whatever side it was expedient to be on from time to time. "When the Africans are on top, I am an African," he said. This class of mixed bloods will always be an embarrassing threat to the other millions who, although also of mixed blood, are wholly African in spirit and pride. These latter are the Adam Chiton Powells of the race, who are not only above suspicion, but are regarded by the black masses as inseparably their own. That a little learning is a dangerous thing is also indicated among the relatively few who preach about the Jews being a black people, Joseph and Mary being black, and Jesus Christ also black, etc. Organizing a Race for Action 337 group of American Negroes recently went to Israel, claiming that they were the original Jews, the lost tribe of Israel, and that, therefore, the country belonged to them. Movements of this kind would not deserve even a sentence here if they were not indicative of the frustrations and confusion, and the frantic pulling in different directions, which further bind the race in chains difficult to break. They are mental chains as well as blinders. Now the confusion about black Jews derives from the same historic developments which have been explained about white and black Arabs, exactly the same. For we have shown that Jews were in Africa from the earliest times, and that Africans were in Palestine from the earliest times. And just as the Jews ruled in African Egypt for several centuries, so also the Africans ruled over Palestine for several centuries. But unlike the Arabs, the Jews never engaged in the general enslavement of blacks. In cases of warfare, either side might capture segments of the population to be marched off to work in the victorious nation, a notable instance being the Jewish captivity in Egypt and their later emancipation and return under the leadership of Moses. Not only did many colored Jews cross the Red Sea with Moses, but doubtless many converted jet-black Jews, such as the wife of the lawgiver himself. Furthermore, as in the case of the Arabs, we often confuse race with religion. The people we call Jews indiscriminately are Hebrews by race and Jews by religion. Anyone can be a Jew, but not a Hebrew. The Hebrews and the Arabs are both white Semitic peoples, and no number of offsprings by non-Hebrews and non-Arabs or adherents to either religion will ever change this absolute fact. After all those centuries of racial mixing, there was nothing unusual about the appearance of great colored leaders in Palestine or anywhere else in Asia, including, from time to time, their rise to kingship in Israel, Syria, Aram, Mesopotamia, etc. But the white Jews, Hebrews, and white Arabs remain exactly what they always were white, and this is why, and who pretends not to KO it, that there is a racial crisis today in Israel between the ruling white Jews and the colored Jews who have migrated there from the above-mentioned lands. These are the colored adherents of Judaism from Arab countries, but who never became Muslims. It will be going overboard to drown if we follow fanatics in attempting to black eyes everything and everybody that suits their fancy. It is quite useless and unnecessary to try to make either Jesus Christ or the Prophet Mohammed black or even colored. However, the most important point to be 338, the destruction of black civilization noted in reference to the American Negro group, the lost tribe of Israel, which landed there only to be rejected, is that it illustrates dramatically all that has been presented in these pages about those groups within the African race who are trying hard to escape from it, seeking their identity with a white people, any white people. And we have said, let them go. The only thing we object to, and will fight to the end, is the attempt to program the whole race again on a march away from itself, or allow them to remain as leaders of the same people from which they wish to flee. Later. Finally, another major obstacle to unity and progress that is hardly ever openly discussed must not only be discussed, but attacked in a nationwide program in the home. Obviously, only a massive nationwide organization can deal successfully with any of our massive problems. This one concerns an inheritance from slavery. It is the attitude of indifference and disrespect of blacks toward blacks. To the average black, another black is not as important as anyone of another race. Therefore, black clerks or salespersons will serve whites more quickly and politely than they will serve members of their own race. This evil spirit from slavery pervades all classes, whether lawyers, carpenters, doctors, painters, nurses, shop owners, school heads, teachers, repairmen, garbage AMD trash men, paper hangers, taxi drivers, movers and haulers, employees in homes, etc. The only thing you can count on being first class are the charges, which are often higher than what the whites pay for the services these same blacks give at the highest level of their competence. The exceptions to this general rule are not enough to affect such a damaging situation. This is why, in proposing specific steps in organizing a whole people, emphasis is placed on training at the very outset for all persons involved directly in the work. For the great task of developing real mutual respect must be undertaken by people who have it themselves. We are no longer interested in the often hypocritical rhetoric of brothers and sisters. Too often, brothers and sisters are mouthed by some with the biggest afro bush while mugging, raping, or killing these same brothers and sisters. Out of this general attitude, which serves the white supremacy position so well, develops an indifference to high standards of excellence in all black situations, and that strict business methods in the areas of auditing, accounting, or strict financial procedures in the collection, deposit, and management of other people's money. These safeguards are thought by many to have no place in the black community. Here we, organizing a race for Action 339, have a contradictory mental twist among blacks. For while distrust of one another is characteristic, when it comes to the thousands of do-good organizations into which we pour millions of dollars, the idea is that one should trust the brothers and sisters who collect, hold, and control the people's money. Re-education will be required for the two mandatory changes in attitude, one toward each other in terms of mutual respect, and the other, a change in attitude about efficiency, expertise in business management, and financial responsibility and administration. Unless we begin to develop and expand these first, a great survival movement will fail, just as many other noble efforts failed because the rush neglected the necessary foundation. Chapter 15, The Shape of Things to Come. A master plan. It has been previously stated in substance that although the African people may continue their present course of weakness on into the future with thousands of ununified organizations, powerless and therefore forever dependent, like half men and half women, unable to use their own brains. Although this tragic situation may continue into an uncertain future, we say, it can never be said again that such a hopeless situation persists, because no member of the race or any group has ever studied the principal problems and the obstacles to their solutions based on history, and then offered an overall plan as one of the possible lines of march out of the morass. For there have been a number of plans. The weakness of some is that instead of being presented as a proposal, a point of beginning for the express purpose of making such revisions of amendments as the people think best, they are too often presented authoritatively as fait accompli, a reflection of the leader's ego, infallible wisdom, and power. In this section are the specifics of a master plan. It is to be the functioning framework of a unifying race organization of a kind never presented to the black race before. To make all of this crystal clear, what is meant by race organization, how it will differ from anything. 342, destruction of black civilization attempted before, and what should be some of its guiding principles and understandings are enumerated below. For emphasis, a few of the most important propositions are necessary recapitulations of points already presented in preceding pages. The main focus here is on blacks in the United States because, whether they know it or not, they are in the very best situation to be the lead-off example for the whole African world. Race organization here mean a nationwide organization of blacks only. But it means much more. The organization should be so structured through all elements of the black population and on an active membership so vast that it would go far beyond the accepted scientific criteria for determining the wish of a whole people. In other words, the first objective would be to have a representative scheme of organization that would, beyond all doubt, be the voice of Black America, and to keep this an actual fact by periodic polls as crucial issues affecting the race as a group arise. No such organization ever existed among us, hence, no real unity exists among us. Far from being a separatist movement, as these terms are generally understood, the organization would be cooperative in the fullest and most humane meaning of that word. For the black masses are not going to give up their 400 years of investment in America, 400 years of investments in blood and labor to be reeled up its present great wealth. They are not about to migrate anywhere, leaving all those centuries of toil as a free gift to the whites. This means that we shall continue to battle for equal employment and advancement throughout the United States and in every area of the nation's life, the expansion of voting and elections to public office, and in general, the exercise without exceptions of all the rights and duties of other citizens. This also represents our conviction that the black masses will not be seriously influenced by the pipe dream of a separate, independent nation or republic within the territorial confines of the United States. They have too much common sense for that, and would reject the shape of things to come 343 such movements in sheer self-defense, even if the whites withdrew and turned over 5 southern states for such a purpose. Negro integrationists would oppose this, of course, but for an obviously quite different reason. Their drive is to break up existing black communities and scatter the people among hostile whites. A great nationwide organizations of blacks, therefore, would be in the only possible position to cooperate and work out common problems with whites as equals. And this is from a position backed by organized power, the only position respected at this stage of human development. It was stated above that we would continue to push for equal employment and political opportunities on all fronts. The sadly missing link, however, is that we ourselves have done little to create employment opportunities. If we say that, as a race, we are too poor to engage in productive activities that would create thousands of jobs for our young people, if we continue traditional pleas of poverty, our total spending of nearly $200 billion each year rises up to call us liars. We are able, those who wish to engage in private enterprise for their own personal benefit will always be free to do so, and there will always be some pride in pointing out this or that rich black capitalist. When we consider the welfare of the whole community, however, we are getting back to a basic African ideology, which is that of the individual. The organization will be a national community made up of the numerous black communities. In demanding rights, it will also assume the race's responsibility for creating some of the opportunities itself. The most crucial point to be considered and remembered is the vast difference between what the blacks do as a race, from the viewpoint of world opinion, and what a black individual does. Roman 4, not unity just for unity, but unity for great achievements, not one of which can be realized without it. The first great understanding should be that the unity we seek cannot be achieved by organization alone. Even an organization of several million members will have no lasting basis for existence unless the total 344, the destruction of black civilization membership, is mutually and individually involved in activities which each feels is important and will be directly beneficial to him all in his own lifetime. Direct membership by families may turn out to be more important than one based on a federation of existing organizations. Actual unity will be achieved not by preaching, pleading, or exhortations, but almost unconsciously as people work together for mutual benefits to each other and the advancement of the race as a whole. Meaningful, practical activities which involve even children in attacking the problems of their race will be the cement which we call unity. The second great understanding should be that economic activities are so fundamental in any truly upward movement, so clearly indispensable at this stage in history, that it should be unnecessary to state it even. The still existing slave mentality causes millions of us to shy away from this basis of life itself, because it requires more initiative, training, and work, and less talk than politics. Consequently, the overall picture we present to the world is that of a race of dependent job seekers, ourselves unable to engage in the large-scale production of any of the necessities of life, whether they are the shoes and clothing we wear or the food we eat. Hence, the billions of dollars we spend each year just in these categories, we eagerly give back to the whites to strengthen their power over us while becoming richer and richer at the same time. Economic development activities are direct survival activities, the means of existence helping to provide the means of existence. It is as simple as that. The main goals of a great unity movement can never be reached unless the organization has its own self-generating financial resources to protect, defend, and promote the interests of the race. Organizations, which must be subsidized by government and foundation grants to exist, are not in an independent position. The third understanding should be clear that all community enterprises, contrary to capitalism, will be owned and operated by the people in the community, that they will be the shareholders, that all the trained personnel in each store, plant, or any other enterprise will be shareholders, and therefore part owners of such establishments, that all profits will belong to the people, but full responsibility for the first-class service, efficiency, and general business management will be that of elected managers, and not the general membership. Finally, the scope and nature of the proposed divisions in the last section of this work will doubtless make even clearer the real significance of a nationwide organization. For in addition to the work involved in the shape of things to come 345, raising not just the hopes, but the level of life of those lower down, equally important would be what this massive consolidation of unused power can do in the following areas. 1. It can influence American foreign policy and actions in regard to crucial matters affecting African nations, just as effectively as American Jews can influence this country's relations with Israel. And as another example, it could have stopped the use of millions of black taxpayers' dollars to help Portugal suppress the freedom fighters in its African empire. If a deaf ear is turned to such protests, several million blacks could pledge to withhold the payment of taxes until all armed assistance for the war against Africans ceases, something a disunited people are helpless to do now. This would be real Pan-Africanism. 2. An overall race organization can deal more effectively with some important problems at home, and more effectively than any smaller, independent group can do nationwide. The higher rents and higher prices paid for goods and services in inner cities than those paid in the affluent white suburbs, this open, yet silent war against the blacks is being accepted because we are helplessly disorganized. The studies have already been made. The facts have been established. What the people need is a national defender to further expose and attack this and other fronts of the silent war that are quietly being carried on each day against a now helpless people, many of whom are not really aware of its extent. 3. It can carry on a nationwide education program directly into the homes, reversing the poor and deprived homes' negative outlook to a positive one. Heading the information agenda would be a focus on those death-dealing diseases which impair both mind and body in the diseased wombs of mothers. The widest information should be given on the fact that ignorance or indifference to personal health can result in children being born mentally and physically retarded, and thus handicapped for life, not by genetic preconditions, but by the acts of their parents. Home studies for the entire family can be promoted, and the home beautiful can become a principal aim in every black community. 4. It can oversee the welfare of the race by maintaining a check on the extent blacks are secretly used exclusively as guinea pigs in dangerous experiments by various medical projects. Neither the Tuskegee experiments nor the number of our people who needlessly suffered and died from them must be passed over as an unusual and isolated incident. The many years the government and the doctors were able to keep this. 346. The destruction of black civilization particular secret should be a matter of grave concern. It is also important to know to what extent Negro physicians participate in such experiments. For of course, no one should be asked to believe that such experiments could be carried out on blacks in such large numbers and over such a long period without any black doctors knowing about them. 5. Such a race movement would be superficial indeed if it proceeded without its principal foundation, which is the ownership of vast tracts of farm and timber land in various parts of the country. The current ideological cry of "we must have land" is valid only if we answer the question for what purpose or to what end. Our sloganeers rarely explain the slogans. But land is for production, and its ownership and use will become more and more necessary for survival, since even now 75% of the American population is concentrated on only 2% of the land in cities and towns. Land should be for a more abundant life, carried on in large-scale production programs such as cattle ranches for beef, hog farms for pork products, turkey farms, poultry and eggs, vegetables of all kinds, corn, rice, wheat, etc., etc. It can have, on behalf of the race it represents, a central national bank as the people's national depository and central financing agency, a national auditing and accounting service, a general insurance system covering especially those categories where blacks are arbitrarily denied protection or charged much higher rates than those paid by whites. Home improvement, building, and small loans could all be handled by community credit unions, organized on a somewhat different basis than existing credit unions. For one thing, all community credit unions in various sections of a city would be united as one to reinforce each other's services when needed. 7. It can give new hope and a new sense of direction to the thousands behind prison walls, and in time, practically empty the prisons of those convicted of crimes for which the whites go free. The important thing, however, is that the youths, men and women coming out of prisons, would have something to come to, training and retraining for their much-needed service in helping to build and advance themselves as they build and advance their race. They have never had such an opportunity. Later, the great change in outlook and the new inspiration that would come to black children and youth are immeasurable. Just to know that their parents are engaged in and actively a part of a great movement, the shape of things to come. 347 will give a new sense of worth and dignity. No longer will it be necessary to shout in unison, "I am somebody." For the children of janitors, trash haulers, maids, and parents in similar occupations will regard them with pride and in a new light. We are great if we are an active part of a great movement. Up to now, black children have been badly cheated. They have never had the inspiring reasons to study and advance, which are constantly before the eyes of white children. And this central fact of difference has led me to suppose that some providential favor must have enabled the black students of the world to do so well in the face of it all. Finally, and obviously, none of the above can be achieved on a nationwide scale without a nationwide movement of several million members, organized as a race, working as a race for its interests as full-fledged American citizens. How to begin and by whom? In the section titled "The Liberation of Our Minds," the various factors which explain the generally dependent disposition of African people today were outlined in some detail. They reveal the tragic extent to which a dominant group can shape and control even the thinking of the suppressed group. This meant that, unlike other peoples, the blacks voluntarily remained mentally enslaved even after their physical emancipation. That Caucasianization of the blacks was so well done over so many centuries that it is doubtful if real liberation of our minds will be achieved in this generation. Yet the black youth in the 1960s brought about the greatest reversal of the race's attitude toward itself that had ever been achieved before. There is, therefore, no grounds for despair and much ground for faith if we understand that total liberation will be slow even with the best efforts, and that there will always be those who have the white viewpoint on race and will never abandon it. These cannot stop the onward march of the whole people to human equality and dignity. But who will begin to lay the first stone in the foundation of the greatest movement for racial unity and power ever undertaken? And how might such a task begin? Some of us who would otherwise be naturally expected to lead off have already spent so many years in studying the history of the crisis and 348, the destruction of black civilization, analyzing the problems that we are now near the end of our journey and must pass the undertaking to those more able to carry on. This, like every great movement, will be initiated by just one individual. No great gathering or crowd starts a movement. Quite the contrary, when the many assemble it is because someone has already begun. One person has already thought matters through and resolved that a beginning must be made. He should not be the usual leader, whose fiery denunciations of wrongs against blacks may be counted on to stir emotions, and that is all. The one person needed is simply one who is dedicated with a sense of mission for his race, seeking nothing but the opportunity to serve it. There are doubtless countless thousands of such sons and daughters of the race, willing and ready, but either not knowing what to do or afraid of their own capabilities, and leaving it to somebody else. Yet all one person has to do is to ask 5 or 6 other people to study the plan and then meet later to discuss it, just 5 or 6 persons, not one of whom need to be a big name. This small initial group of 6 could have each member become a committee of 1, each to nominate 3 other people to study the plan before the next meeting, at which time the 18 members could become the nucleus for a general organizing committee. Further nominations to the organizing committee should be representative of all groups, students, laborers, clerks, etc., as well as professionals. The representatives on the organizing committee may be from national organizations, all black, or smaller organizations, lodges, clubs, etc. This core committee, after a series of meetings during which the master plan has been studied in detail and revisions or amendments have been proposed for future action, could then proceed to develop and carry out plans for the formation of a national organizing committee composed of representatives from various sections of the country. Note that even at the outset of organizing, some funds will be required if effective work is to be done. The work of the National Organizing Committee would be crucial. It would have to 1. Summarize the main features of the plan and outline them in the simplest terms for publication, distribution, and broadcasts to the black world. 2. Determine ways and means of funding the organizing procedures. The shape of things to come. 349.3. Determine the best general membership enrollment procedures, such as moving state by state, setting a 1-year membership goal for each state, instead of attempting to organize throughout the nation all at once. 4. Divide each state into districts, each with an organizing committee with a chairman, the same divisional scheme for towns and cities, each section having a committee and chairman. 5. Draw heavily on young people who really started the movement and who should, therefore, be a most powerful force in carrying it on. 6. Conduct in advance a nationwide poll to determine A. How many black people in America desire the proposed overall organization of the race, and B. How many agree to participate in its activity. 7. Clarify the scheme of organization to emphasize the individuality of membership, i.e., an association or union, etc., may join as such, but its main role would be setting the example for its members who may or may not wish to join. The organization would have its own membership card, and each of its members who joined would have his or her own membership card. In the case of organization by families, the most significant innovation: each family would have a family membership card, and each member of the family from age 5 on would have his or her own membership card. Later, set the national membership goals as 2-year plans, 3-year plans, 5-year plans, etc., but always in terms of millions. 9. Determine time and place for the first General Assembly for the formal ratification and launching of action program. 10. Have an information and publicity committee maintain various media to keep constantly before the people the plans, purposes, or goals of the movement, who is doing what, and the progress being made. 11. Propose annual awards to individuals and groups that have been outstanding in their work for racial unity through organized action. See note, everything in this final chapter, then, is a guideline for thinking and rethinking about how to deal with the situation in which we live. The plan itself is a proposal. Revisions and amendments will be proposals, all tentative until approved by the people. The functioning organization would be under the overall administration of a National Council of Leaders, headed by a national chairman, following traditional patterns of African Council of Elders. Every state, city, or community division would also be organized under councils of leaders. 350. The destruction of black civilization. The organizational structure of the movement should be by major divisions for the major activities, each divided into departments for carrying on their respective programs. Special study and analysis should be given to each division and each department coming under it, for there could be no better way to understand the scope and significance of what is presented here. This should be easy for all, because I have not been dealing with idealistic, unattainable dreams or mere academic theories, but very practical, day-to-day problems. In so doing, I have deliberately avoided the academic and often esoteric language of scholarship. Structure by divisions. The Division of Economic Planning and Development. The Division of Economic Planning and Development should be the foundation of the organized efforts and a principal source of support and promotion of the most important activities of the whole race. A guiding principle should be that all promoted community enterprises shall be cooperatively owned and controlled by the people of the community, and that each enterprise be under highly trained management and competent service personnel. Departments. Department for Promotion of Community Cooperative Enterprises. 1. To conduct surveys to determine what the people want and need. 2. Soundness of project. 3. Ways and means of community financing and securing trained personnel and management. The community enterprises would be nationwide, and while owned and operated by the people in the various towns and cities, would operate as a nationwide chain of stores and markets for mass buying power and distribution. This would be the system whether the enterprises are food markets, shoe stores, department stores, or any other undertaking which can be developed as a chain store system. The shape of things to come. 351b. The Department of Finance, Banking, and Credit Unions. 1. For promoting a consortium of banks operated by members of the race and the expansion of financing and banking systems. These would be branches of a central national bank of the organization. 2. Credit unions for individual assistance and building and loan services, primarily for communities without needed building and loan services for blacks. The Institute of Technology and Personnel Training. This would be a key program of the movement, for while it would engage in the training of expert technicians for the various fields of operation under the plan, a principal objective would be the kind of creative expertise required for large-scale manufacturing operations. Shoe manufacturing. Men, women, and children's clothes, hats, underwear, canning, frozen foods, furniture, mattress making, and other products. The personnel training sections would have an importance for the race beyond the ordinary. Blacks are generally still quicker and more polite. When serving white people, their attitude toward members of their own race is one of indifference and often insulting. This is known to be true both in Africa and America. Yet this crucial question is not mentioned even in discussion of why Negro business fails. This negative and essentially anti-black attitude of blacks towards blacks, a leftover from slavery and our history, must be uncompromisingly and even ruthlessly dealt with in both training and day-to-day administration. The Central Office of Accounting and Finance Control here again is an area in which blacks are weak: money management and control. This Central Office of Accounting and Finance Control would keep a rigorous check on all income and expenditures of the national organization and provide similar auditing and accounting units for the local community organizations and enterprises. Department of Land Reclamation and Farming. Principal aim: to secure large tracts of land in various parts of the country to 1. Raise vegetables of all kinds for the various community markets. 2. Hogs, beef cattle, poultry and eggs. 3. Farm homes for persons who would work on the farm. And 4. Country camp centers for rest and play. 352. The destruction of black civilization's special note. Without the farm lands, we may as well forget about canning and frozen food industries, or reducing the cost of living for our people by supplying their community stores with fresh vegetables, meats, butter, and eggs from their own farms. Vast land holding is the cornerstone of the master plan. Transport and Distribution Agency. This department would be primarily concerned with long-distance shipping from farms, plants, and other points, and maintaining the trucks, shipping vans, and required maintenance services. Central Purchasing and Supply Agency. In addition to its obvious functions, this department would be responsible for the proper location and supervision of the various warehouses required as the community enterprises expand. All of the departments and agencies listed above would be in the Division of Economic Planning and Development. 11. Division of Political Action. 1. Promote and assist voter registration. 2. Provide profile of candidates local, state, and national. 3. Prepare bills and other measures affecting the group for state legislatures and the U.S. Congress. 4. Liaison with White House. And 5. All actions that can be taken through the political process to protect and promote the welfare of Black Americans. Division of Public Education Purpose. To achieve a higher standard of teaching and student achievement on every level involved in the education of Black children and youth, and to develop a better system of general adult education in all Black communities. This division would include a foundation for directed research, field studies, and the training of scholars for neglected areas in various aspects of African life and history. B. A general publishing board. 1. Textbooks and other works related to progress of the race. 2. Newspapers and magazines, a professional journal, community action newsletters, etc. The shape of things to come. 353C. Committee of Visitors. These should be in every community to 1. Become acquainted with teachers, students, and the textbooks and other learning materials. 2. To determine to what extent, if any, the anti-African or anti-Black feeling on the part of many teachers of Black youth may be a hidden obstacle to their progress in schoolwork. Every committee of school visitors should be elected by the people of the community and should report directly to them. But education here means far more than school education. It means spreading light through a comprehensive program into the deprived areas of the community, new standards for better health, better homes and gardens, neighborhood improvement activities, and sponsoring neighborhood conferences on questions of mutual community and educational interest. A division of education would justify its existence if it did nothing more than conduct studies as a basis for proposing certain guidelines for the race in the United States. The general confusion and mess-up in the Black Studies movement, for example, could have been avoided if the young people had had somewhere to turn for help in determining procedures and priorities. What united guiding voice was there to advise them that all fields could not possibly or sensibly be started at once, that there were neither a fraction of the trained teachers required nor suitable books or other needed teaching and learning materials. Only 3 or 4 courses could have been profitably started, while research and training prepared the way for a real educational experience in others to be started later. Even then, common sense would have dictated that Black studies can only be carried on in certain schools by certain teachers, to force them into white schools only because they are integrating, and find it an expedient policy for the moment, is one of those black illusions of achievement that still lead us astray. Equally ridiculous is the assumption that unwilling and uncommitted white and Negro teachers are going to now deal fairly with the very aspects of civilization which they have systematically excluded from instruction all along. If this were not the case, of course, there would be no such phenomenon today as Black Studies. 354. The destruction of Black civilization. Roman 4. Division of Community Services. A. Department of Health and Sanitation. 1. Council of Physicians, Dentists, Nurses, Medical Aides and Laymen, and Home Visiting Nurse Service. 2. Community Clinics. 3. Community Clean Block and Alley Program. 4. Better Home Life Counseling Service. 5. A Home Beautiful Program. B. Legal Aid Services, all matters of injustice because of race and the legal work of the movement. V. Division of Youth Activities to assume leadership roles in all areas and undertakings for which they are capable. Students and non-students should join hands in the race-building efforts. One of their precious responsibilities should be the Department of Children Affairs, ages 5 to 12, which is in their division. The underlying idea here is to have specific and important roles for all children and youth. VI. Division of PAN African Affairs. This division would maintain direct contacts and the closest relationship with the people and states of Black Africa, the Caribbean, and the other Black population centers around the world. The purposes would be specific. 1. To keep them fully informed on what we are doing and how. 2. To learn from them what they are doing and how. 3. To find out what the obstacles are in each Black area, including our own, and to counsel together on ways and means of overcoming the seemingly impossible. 4. To explore for and then actually determine definite ways for mutual assistance. When this is done, we will have moved from the case of Pan-African talk to the work of Pan-Africa in action. 5. To trade in the exchange of goods and services, scientific and technical knowledge. The shape of things to come. 355. Romans 7. Division of Intelligence and Security. This division would maintain highly trained intelligence agents to 1. Check internal subversion and activities of agents placed within the organization by others. 2. Secure complete records of all persons employed by or connected with the organization. 3. Promote formation and training of self-protection units everywhere to defend the community against unlawful and unjust raids and other forms of murderous attacks should they occur. This simply means preparedness for defense against attacks by well-known and well-organized citizens, paramilitary groups. Roman 8. The Commission for Spiritual Life and Assistance. This should be the race's Great Commission. Its major tasks would be 1. To determine the direction of civilization. 2. To interpret the spiritual as men and women working on the highest level of humane endeavors to understand the meaning of life while trying to improve it. 3. To enlist the cooperation of white, brown, yellow, red, and any and all other peoples of goodwill in an all-out drive for a better world. 4. To maintain an emergency assistance program for families or communities in distress. 5. And to assume the initiative in seeking the active cooperation of any and all religious faiths and all institutions which are concerned with improving human relations and therefore life itself. Roman 9. Ideology and guidelines. With the development of a movement of this magnitude, the Black people may begin to learn at last how utterly futile it is to grasp as their own the ideologies developed by the white world for the people of this white world. They, the Black leaders of a still leaderless yet hopeful people, have been, and still are, expecting the solution of the race's problems to be handed to them on the silver platters of either capitalism or communism. Elements of both of these systems prevailed in Africa several thousand years before either capitalism or Marxism was born in the West. Black people generally could not be expected to know this. 356. The destruction of Black civilization because, unlike other peoples, They have been completely cut off from their past history and therefore are ignorant of their own philosophy of life, ancient religion, institutions which were borrowed by others. What the need now, therefore, is neither black capitalism nor black communism, both of which benefit those at the top and exploit the masses, but what is needed is an ideology of black Africanism, operating within the framework of the traditional African philosophy of life and the best of its value system. Excellent. Guidelines A. The movement will seek to achieve the largest possible measure of unity in order: 1. To form the power base as the organized voice of the black people in a particular region or nation. 2. To develop from this position of strength the much-needed economic enterprises that will not only create employment opportunities, but being owned directly by the people in the community, will lower the cost and raise the standard of living for all. B. Financing. There would be a general membership fee. Each community enterprise would be financed initially by the purchase of shares of participating owners. Each share would be at a purchase price in reach of the poorest. Indeed, a special program for shareholding by children should be an important part of the movement. Each share draws a fixed interest as a loan. But unlike capitalism, members do not vote by shares. The member who may be able to buy 100 shares has only one vote, like the member who could buy only one share. The objective is a mass membership and a mass patronage of their own enterprises. The additional direct benefits are the patronage dividends received according to the amount purchased in a given period. In private enterprise or black capitalism, this would be profit that the owner makes. Under communism, it goes to the state. Under our community cooperative system, the profit belongs to the people, for the reason for it all is to benefit the people and not to enrich any one person or small group. 1. For a refresher, read Chapter VI again. The African Constitution, Birth of Democracy. The Shape of Things to Come, 357c. Administration. The organization will be based upon the traditional African constitutional system. 1. There will be no authoritarian presidents or heads. As in traditional Africa, the king or chief was the spokesman of the previously expressed will of the people and the instrument for carrying out that will. The national head or heads of the organization and the head of every unit thereof will function in like manner, issuing no important orders or public statements on behalf of the organization or the race it will represent without consent of the council. 2. The organization will modernize the ancient African Council of Elders only to the extent of changing elders to leaders in order to admit outstanding young people to membership. The Council of Leaders, therefore, becomes the highest governing authority on each level: local, community, state, and national, each leader being the elected representative of a constituency to which he is responsible for his actions on the council. This means that on all highly important matters, the leader on the council does not vote independently according to his individual judgment, but must determine in advance the collective will of the people. 3. The highest officer on each level is the chairman of the council. In traditional Africa, this would be the king or chief, who could neither vote nor actively participate in the discussions, since his principal duty was to proclaim and execute the will of the people as it had been determined by their representatives on the council. Within this people-controlled framework, he is still the chief executive officer. 4. To enable the people of the community to have an intelligent or informed opinion about matters of importance, the principal role of leaders is to study and to institute studies upon the basis of which plans are developed and proposals are submitted to the general membership. The leaders propose. They do not order or direct upon their own authority. A direct medium of communication with the people should be the community newsletter. 5. All officers, even though elected for a specified term of years, should be subject to removal for cause at any time by the people, another African constitutional provision. 358. The destruction of black civilization. 6. The organization itself will be one vast union, and no outside organization or union will be allowed to determine its policies, programs, or destiny, no matter under what guise or by what approach the efforts are made. 7. There should be a rigid policy to avoid the development of a top-heavy bureaucracy of high-salaried executives. The success of the movement is going to depend very heavily on the number of people willing to sacrifice in giving some unpaid or not fully paid service. For at least the first 10 years, this will be a sacrifice train. The big salary boys should not get on board. 8. The highest legislative body will be a House of Delegates, representing the various major areas or states according to membership. The House of Delegates would meet every 5 years, but subject to special session call by the chairman of the council or leaders acting under council's instructions, or it could be called by the people by a referendum. This latter emergency would never occur unless the people lost control of their leaders on the council. D. Every undertaking is to be preceded by study, training, and careful financial planning. There should be long-range and short-range goals. Some goals can be achieved in a relatively short time. Some of a larger magnitude will require several years even after the first 5 million membership goal is reached. And still others can, like the eternal pyramids, only have their foundations so solidly laid by this generation that the blacks who follow us can continue building on those well-laid foundations at the point where our own labors were ended by time. And something along this line must be the plan. This must be the vision. It is obviously not for the overnight, quick up and quick down boys. This is for black men, women, and their children who seek to find the lost path of their forefathers and start the upward march once again. The shape of things to come 359, the final great issue, then, involves the African race alone. The dismal view from the bridge was reached after a long journey through the centuries. The outlook is distressing because somewhere back down the line of time, the effort to advance toward a higher order of life, in something called civilization, by ever widening the gap that separates men from beasts, this effort failed. And it failed because in his sudden and amazing successes in science and technology, man outsmarted himself, concentrating almost entirely on his mind power at the expense of his humanizing spiritual power, becoming not the master of his machines but their servant, and, in the process of acquiring seemingly limitless power, this segment of the human race became as soulless as its machines and began to destroy or conquer other peoples, seizing their lands and their wealth while reducing them as nearly as possible to a state of perpetual dependency. In all this, the black people of the world still find themselves in the worst situation of all. The question of today, now, is what are the black people themselves going to do? Those who make a profession and money by playing on the emotions, screaming utterly futile invectives and denunciations, these will continue to do so. And those who still preach integration and brotherhood with the whites will keep on marching, singing and praying, not to God, but to the white man. For they are still unable to understand that white America had generally condemned and rejected this peace-loving, brotherly approach of Martin Luther King long before it murdered him. This present course of a fragmented and unorganized people, if followed, will find the succeeding generations of blacks as weak, leaderless, and powerless as they are today. For their present road is the easy road: mass meetings, big conventions, protest resolutions, and splitting up to follow this or that leader with the greatest gift of gab, all leading exactly nowhere. But to get down to the hard and persistent work of actually doing something, now we will come to the parting of ways the mere talker may retreat. 2. It seems to be the general view throughout the black world that polls and other data show that whites are hostile to any kind of movement by blacks for equality, peaceful, non-violent, or otherwise, and that this hostile anti-King climate produced his murderer as its representative. 360. The destruction of black civilization. All talk about black power is empty until we begin to make black power a reality in the only way it can be done, and that is by building, step by step, a race organization so great that it will not only be the voice of a united people, but will carry on efficiently an economic development program to assist their advance on all other fronts. The Organization for Unity plan presented in this final chapter is an effort to answer the question, which way you still enshackled blacks, to answer in specific terms and in some detail. It sets forth rather clearly one way out. It will be simply great if someone comes up with an even better plan for racial unity through action. Whatever is proposed must be a grand design. Nothing else will serve. It must be bold, daring, an effort of unheard of audacity by blacks, and one that will bring forth the enemy's scream of utopian, too unrealistic, or just another grandiose dream. This enemy, and let us not forget it for a single minute, is deeply entrenched within the race as well as outside. This means that we must face up to the fact that we have problems of a kind and obstacles to overcome which no other people have. The tasks we now face will test this genius of the black race. The blacks in the United States are in the best position as a lead-off example for the rest of the African race. For such a movement would further change the course of history and inspire black youth everywhere, along with their elders, with a new vision, a sense of direction, and the kind of outlook that gives meaning to study as the source of inventions and new discoveries. The challenge to the blacks on this continent is to overcome the centuries of their own American version of tribalism and disunity. It is their greatest challenge in this era of perpetual crisis. They will accept it if they have come to understand at last that equal rights and equal justice will never come from appeals to the mighty, and granted as an act of grace, but only from their own position of power and influence, which develop from a united people engaged in great and vast undertakings of their own. If we fail to accept this challenge at this critical turning point in our history, we will have proved ourselves unworthy of having any descendants, and our very names should be forgotten by them or cursed by the farthest generation. Biographical notes standing alone and isolated in the field for over 35 years, William Leo Hansberry was the teacher who introduced me to the systematic study of African history and, of equal importance, to the ancient documentary sources. His massive documentation of early Greek and Roman historians and geographers of Africa covered several years of labor, leaving one to wonder how the utterly false teaching that Africa had no written history spread over the world. For entirely apart from the remarkable contributions of archaeology in the 19th and 20th centuries, there have always been more than sufficient written records to reconstruct the history of the blacks from the earliest times. And I am fully aware that most of the written records have been lost. The works of Hecataeus, for example, were lost. He was one of the first Greeks to study and write in Egypt, while much of the most significant data are fragments scattered here and there throughout many larger works. As though they were thrown in incidentally, there were some works devoted wholly to ancient Egypt and Ethiopia. The one to whom we probably owe the greatest debt is the father of history himself. Herodotus' history was comprehensive, in a sense not equaled by any of the other early writers. Diodorus, however, if not quite the equal of the master, ran a close second. His general history may not have equaled that of Herodotus in lucidity and style, neither of which is a matter of too much concern for the researcher, but it is replete with the kind of historical data without which we would not have the additional sidelights on the darkened pages of black history. 361. 362. The destruction of black civilization, both Herodotus and Diodorus, were outstanding in setting forth for posterity the attitude of the white world of their day toward the black world, the extreme reverse of what it is today. The reason is plain. The early blacks were the most advanced of all the peoples known to them. This they did not hesitate to declare, and to acknowledge that their own European civilization had borrowed heavily from Africa, and borrowed even more heavily in the field of religion. For this later, Western historians have never forgiven them. Pliny the Elder is a fair example of writers on Africa, referred to above, where one must wade through a mass of irrelevant matter to find the bits and pieces of data scattered throughout large volumes. Yet these fragments are often of the highest importance, as they are in the case of Pliny's Historia Natural. In this regard, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey are in a class by themselves. Like many other works that give insights into the early history of Africans, they also have no such purpose. Moreover, the Iliad and Odyssey are non-history, a myth combining fantasy with facts. Homer's importance in African history, however, has little to do with the precise truth of any particular story. Rather, as in the case of the works of Herodotus and Diodorus, Homer mirrors the very high status of the black world of his day and the unmistakable deference of the white race to that world. In my studies under Professor Hansberry, I had read the works of the writers discussed above, and most of those mentioned in this section below. But the adverse criticism of a whole school of eminent modern scholars led me back for a more painstaking restudy and critical analysis of all the questions under attack. Interestingly enough, almost all of the statements made by the ancient historians that have been challenged concern, directly or indirectly, the role of the blacks in history. My second approach to Herodotus and the others was with the certainty that I was just as competent to evaluate their works, see exaggerations, and as capable of separating facts from fiction as Sir Alan Gardiner or any of the members of his school of thought. Among other writers who made noteworthy contributions in varying degrees was Strabo, whose Geographica included history along with its main subject matter. Plato and Plutarch are reference sources, the latter's De Icide et Osirid being more directly relevant. Quite a number of the historians and geographers near the end of the B.C. era drew heavily on the works of such early writers as Hecataeus, Argotharchides, Herodotus, and Manetho. Biographical notes 363. If it had been my purpose to mention the early historians on Africa in order of importance, Manetho, the African historian, would have headed the list, for the records of this Greek-speaking native son of the 4th century B.C. are authoritative sources which no scholar on Egypt ignores. His annals differ in many respects from other records, e.g., those of the great Jewish historian of the period, Josephus, the King Lists, the Turin Canon, etc. These differences in names, spelling, and dates, about which so many scholars sweat and wrangle, never did seem to me to be of earth-shaking importance. Quite the contrary, it would have been strange if all of these different chronologies had been uniformly the same. It should be remembered that all these 4th and 5th century historians were covering events extending back from 4 to 6,000 years before their time. The numerous discoveries of relatively recent archaeology have substantially confirmed their work. Examples are the inscriptions found on numerous palettes, stelae, the walls of tombs and temples, and the Palermo and Rosetta stones. Some of the best histories of the earliest periods were written by archaeologists such as Petrie, and others appearing in the formal bibliography below. Coming on the scene over 2,000 years after Manetho, Herodotus, Diodorus, Strabo et al., they supplemented the works of these first scholars with the additional evidence that had been left in the keeping of the long since dead and forgotten or recovered from the sands. Petrie headed a line of investigators and writers without whose works the world would be intellectually poorer-breasted. Budge, Arkell, Africanus, Baekf, Boas, de Lafosse, Garstend, Griffith, Nims, and others. The illustrious roll is long. The Bible is one of our richest sources for many different sidelights on the black world. With the spread of Islam in Africa and the entrance of France, Arab and French writers dominated the scenes up to and through the 19th century. French and Arab sources, therefore, became indispensable in African research. Indeed, the same may be said of investigators and writers from all the invading countries. The fact that I reject many of their unspoken presuppositions and the inevitable conclusions they reach therefrom has nothing to do with the usefulness of their works or the brilliance of their scholarship. Even some of the authors with whom I most bitterly disagree, nevertheless, led me to rewarding sources I had neither seen nor had been aware of. 364. The destruction of black civilization. It is also rewarding, though in an unhappy way, to see no end to the accumulation of examples that further confirm viewpoints I actually wish were untrue. But as the final chapters here were being written, Professor Robert W. July's big 650 pages of A History of the African People came off the press as the latest justification of my indictment of Western historians. I recommend it for reading because it is a 1970 edition of scholarship skillfully carrying out its traditional work on the blacks. Part 1, Ancient Africa, rearranges, omits, and misrepresents many of the well-known facts in order to fit the main racial theory. The large number of pictures, like the mass of factual data in the book, can easily disguise its main thrust and theme: the black race is inferior. In the bibliography that follows, I left out quite a number of secondary works used, because so many of them seem to be little more than repetitions of those selected. My decision to eliminate almost all of the periodical literature used was not easy, especially as regards the special studies in professional journals. However, there is a point where an enough is enough conclusion is reached. Those who have a mania for the latest works published as their guide will miss the boat here, for some of our most valuable sources were the oldest publications. Some can be seen only in libraries and special museum collections. Others are microfilmed. Research sources are no longer a problem. During the last few years, there have been many large and comprehensive Africana bibliographies published in Europe and America. The new interest and work in the field of oral history are among the most significant developments in recent times. My own field studies were largely involved with oral tradition. This fact should be repeated finally in connection with the discussion of sources, because the oral records played an important role in many aspects of this work. Selected bibliography: D.P. Abraham Maramuca, An Exercise in the Combined Use of Portuguese Records and Oral Tradition, Journal of African History, Vol. Roman II No. 2, 1961. Leo Africanus, History and Description of Africa, London, 1896. Thomas George Allen, Egyptian Stelae, Field Museum of Natural History, Chicago, 1936. A.J. Arkell, Early Khartoum, London, 1945. A History of the Sudan, London, 1945. Edward Ayrton, Pre-Dynastic Cemetery at El Mahasna, London and Boston, 1910. James Bakey, A Century of Excavation in the Land of the Pharaohs, New York, 1924. Egyptian Antiquities in the Nile Valley, London, 1932. The Life of the Ancient East, New York, 1923. Sir Samuel Whitebaker, In the Heart of Africa, New York, 1884. Edward G. Balfour, Negro Races, Cyclopedia of India, London, 1885, ed. By Joseph W. Whitney, Race Life of the Aryan Peoples. Abu Abd Batuta, The Travels of Ibn Battuta, in Egypt, Syria, Persia, Zanzibar, Tartary, Hindustan, Ceylon, China, Spain, and Africa, between 1325 and 1353 tr. From the Arabic, abridged manuscript copies preserved in the Public Library at Cambridge, London, 1829, p. 243. Grace Beardsley, The Negro in Greek and Roman Civilization, London, 1929. Giovanni Battista Belzoni, Narrative of the Operations and Recent Discoveries within the Pyramids, Temples, Tombs, and Excavations in Egypt and Nubia, London, 1822. 365. 366. The Destruction of Black Civilization, Edward Blyden, Africa and the Africans, London, 1903. France Boas, Old African Civilizations, Atlanta University Leaflet No. 19, May 31, 1906. E. W. Boville, The Golden Trade of the Moors, London, 1958. T. Bowditch, The Discoveries of the Portuguese in the Interior of Angola, London, 1824. James Henry Breasted, A History of Egypt from the Earliest Times to the Persian Conquest, London, 1906. Ancient Records of Egypt I, Roman II, Chicago, 1906. A History of Egypt, New York, 1912. The Monument of Sudanese Nubia. Report of the Work of the Egyptian Expedition, Chicago, 1908, p. 110. Mary Broderick, A Concise Dictionary of Egyptian Archaeology, London, 1902. James Bruce, Travels to Discover the Sources of the Nile, Edinburgh, 1790, 5 vols. Guy Brunton, The Badarian Civilization and Pre-Dynastic Remains near Badari, London, British School of Archaeology in Egypt, 1928. John Buchalter, The Land of Burnt Faces, London, 1955. Ernest Budge, The Egyptian Sudan, Its History and Monuments, London, 1907, 2 vols. J. Catton Thompson, The Zimbabwe Culture, Oxford, 1931. F. Chabas études sur l'antiquité historique d'après les sources égyptiennes et les monuments reputes préhistoriques, Paris, 1873. Walton Claridge, History of the Gold Coast and Ashanti, London, 1915. J. Desmond Clark, Early Man in Southern Rhodesia, Northern Rhodesia Journal Roman 2 vol. 11 No. 4 p. 954. Chapman Cohen, Christianity, Slavery and Labor, London, 1931. William Cooley, The Negroland of the Arabs, An Inquiry into the Early History and Geography of Central Africa, London, 1841. The Negroland of the Arabs Examined and Explained, London, 1841. Leonard Cottrell, The Lost Pharaohs, New York, 1951. Reginald Cupland, East Africa and Its Invaders, Oxford, 1938. A. Crawford, Ethiopian Itineraries, circa 1400-1524, Cambridge, 1958. J. W. Crowfoot, The Island of Meroe and the Meroitic Inscriptions, London, 1911. Selected Bibliography, 367. Philip D. Curtin, The Atlantic Slave Trade, A Census, Madison, 1968. Henry Algernon Darley, Slaves and Ivory in Abyssinia, New York, 1935. Basil Davidson, Africa in History, New York, 1969. The Lost Cities of Africa, New York, 1960. Angola, New York, 1961. Maurice de Lafosse, The Negroes of Africa, tr. From the French by F. Fleigelmann, Washington, 1931. Ralph Delgado, Historia d'Angola, 1482-1836, 4 vols. Bengla, 1955. Marcel A. Dieulafoy, L'Acropole de Sousa, Paris, 1893. W. A. B. Du Bois, The World and Africa, New York, 1946. James Duffy, Portugal in Africa, Baltimore, 1963. J. H. Dunbar, The Rock Pictures of Lower Nubia, Cairo, 1941. Dowes Dunham, The Royal Cemeteries of Kush, Cambridge, 1950. 2 Royal Ladies of Meroe, Report on Some Results of Excavations, The Harvard University Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, 1925. Adolf Ehrman, Life in Ancient Egypt, London, 1894. Abdurrahman Sadi, Tariki Sudan, Paris, 1901, vols. I-11. Brian Fagan, Pre-European Ironworking in Central Africa, Journal of African History, vol. 11 No. 2, 1961. James G. Fraser, The Golden Bough, New York, 1940. Leo Frobenius, Histoire de la Civilisation Africaine, tr. From the German, Paris, 1936. The Origins of African Civilizations, Washington, 1898. Alan Gardiner, Egypt of the Pharaohs, New York, 1966. John Garstang, Meroe, The City of the Ethiopians, being an account of a first season's excavation on the site, London, 1911. Al Arba, A Cemetery of the Middle Kingdom, London, 1901. Romulo Jesse, 7 Years in the Sudan, being a record of exploration adventures and Campaigns Against the Arab Slave Hunters, London, 1892. F.L. Griffith Caranag, The Meroitic Inscriptions of Shablol, Philadelphia, 1911. The Oxford Expedition in Nubia, Annals of Archaeology and Anthropology, Roman 8, Roman 15, 1921-1928. 368. The Destruction of Black Civilization, William Leo Hansberry, Sources for the Study of Ethiopian History, Washington, 1931. Ancient Kush, Old Ethiopia, and the Ballad-e Sudan, reprinted from the Journal of Human Relations, Vol. 8, 1960. J. A. Harris, Bring in Africa, New England Social Studies, Fall, 1965. Alfred E. Haynes, Man-Hunting in the Desert, London, 1894. Arnold Heron, Historical Research into the Politics, Intercourse and Trade of Carthaginian, Ethiopian, and Egyptian, Tr. From German, London, 1667. Robert Smythe Hitchens, Egypt and Its Monuments, New York, 1923. Peter Malcolm Holt, A Modern History of the Sudan, From the Funj Sultanate to the Present Day, London, 1961. G. A. Hoskins, Travels in Ethiopia, Above the Second Cataract of the Nile, London, 1835. Willia Huggins, An Introduction to African Civilizations, New York, 1937. Hilmi Ibrahim, The Literature of Egypt and the Sudan, From the Earliest Times to the Year 1885, London, 1886. H.C. Jackson, Ethiopia and the Origin of Civilization, New York, 1939. R.O. A. Jaeger, Antiquities of North Ethiopia, Stuttgart, 1965. Leland Jenks, The Migrations of British Capital to 1875, New York, 1937. Harry H. Johnston, Comparative Study of the Bantu and Semi-Banat Languages, Oxford, 1919, Vol. 1. Journal of Semitic Studies, Special Issue, Vol. 9, No. 1. Ethiopian Studies, Manchester, 1964. Robert W. July, A History of the African People, New York, 1970. Dave P. Kerwin, The Decline and Fall of Meroe, Kush, 1960, Vol. Roman 8. Martin Wells Knapp, Out of Egypt into Canaan, Boston, 1887. Thomas Legge, Narrative of a Journey in Egypt and the Country Beyond the Cataract, London, 1816. Mitchell Leris and Jacqueline Delange, African Art, London, 1969. Richard Lepsius, Letters from Egypt, Ethiopia, and the Peninsula of Sinai, London, 1853. Herbert Lewis, A Gala Monarchy, Madison, 1965. Geronimo Lobo, A Voyage to Abyssinia, London, 1735. Alfred Lucas, Ancient Egyptian Materials and Industries, London, 1934. Hiob Ludolf, A New History of Ethiopia, London, 1682. M.F.L. McAdam, The Temples of Kawa, London, 1949. The Inscriptions, Oxford, 1949. Selected Bibliography, 369, Harold Alfred MacMichael. A History of the Arabs in the Sudan, Cambridge, 1922. Kurt W. Merck, Gods, Graves and Scholars, The Story of Archaeology, New York, 1951. Gaston C. Maspero, Egyptian Archaeology, New York, 1887. J. Massey, A Book of the Beginnings, London, 1881, Vol. 1. Samuel Alfred Brown Mercer, The Religion of Ancient Egypt, London, 1949. G.S. Mileham, The Churches in Lower Nubia, Philadelphia, 1910. A.D. Moore, The Ivory Scourge of Africa, New York, 1951. Alexander Mort, Kings and Gods of Egypt, New York, 1912. George P. Murdoch, Africa, Its Peoples and Their Culture, New York, 1959. Ibn al-Kafif Murtadi, The Egyptian History, Treating of the Pyramids, London, 1672. Otto Neubert, The Valley of the Kings, London, 1957. Charles Francis Nims, Thebes of the Pharaohs, New York, 1965. Frederick Norden, Travels in Egypt and Nubia, London, 1757. Rufus Lewis Perry, The Cushites, Springfield, 1893. Walter Scott Perry, Egypt, the Land of the Temple Builders, Boston, 1898. W. M. Flinders Petrie, A History of Egypt, London, 1905. It was while wading through this voluminous work that I first learned about a Black Egypt. Prehistoric Egypt, London, 1926. Hyksos and Israelites and Cities, London, 1908. Corpus of Prehistoric Pottery and Palettes, London, 1921. Albert Postal, The Mineral Resources of Africa, Philadelphia, 1943. Robert S. Rattray, Religion and Art in Ashanti, Oxford, 1927. G. A. Reisner, Kerma, Harvard African Studies VI, Roman 7, 1923. Outline of the History of the Sudan, Sudan Notes and Records, 1918. J. Rauch Les Songhay, Paris, 1954. Samuel Schieffelin, The Foundation of History, A Series of First Things, New York, 1863. Elliot P. Skinner, The Mossy of Upper Volta, Stanford, 1964. P. L. Skinner, Merrow, London, 1967. The Fall of Merrow, Cush Val, Roman 3, 1960. Grafton Elliott Smith, Egyptian Mummies, London, 1924. Frank M. Snowden, Some Greek and Roman Observations on the Ethiopians, New York, 1960. 384 Z. Zachary, King, 150 Zambezi, 274, 279, 281, 282, 288 Zambia, 225, 279, 282 Zanzibar Revolution, 71, 208, 243 Zenaga, 197 Zimbabwe, 29, 30, 282 Zingagangos, 218 Zosa, 100 Zulu, Council, 301, Empire, 287, 288 Zululand, 214, The Destruction of Black Civilization, also available from Third World Press. Non-fiction, The Psychopathic Racial Personality, and Other Essays by Dr. Bobby E. Wright Paper $14, 95 Cloth $29, 95 Enemies, The Clash of Races by Haki R. Maju Beauty $12, 95 Kwanzaa, A Progressive and Uplifting African-American Holiday by Haki R. Maju Beauty $2, 50 Harvesting New Generations, The Positive Development of Black Youth by Uzini Eugene Perkins $12, 95 Black Rituals by Sterling Plump $8, 95 Explosion of Chicago Black Street Gangs by Uzini Eugene Perkins $6, 95 $5, 95 Black Women, Feminism and Black Liberation, Which Way? By Vivian V. Gordon. Fiction, Poetry and Drama to Disembark by Gwendolyn Brooks, I've Been a Woman by Sonia Sanchez $5, 95 $6, 95 The Brass Bed and Other Stories Pearl Cleage $8, 00 $7, 95 My One Good Nerve by Ruby D $8, 95 New Plays for the Black Theater, Anthology, edited by Woody King, Jr. $14, 95 Earthquakes and Sunrise Missions by Haki R. Maju Beauty $8, 95 Killing Memory, Seeking Ancestors. Look for Third World Press titles at your local bookstore or order from Third World Press, 7524 S. Cottage Grove Ave, Chicago, IL 60619. Ship Ping add $2, 50 shipping for first book, and 50 for each additional book. MasterCard/Visa orders may be placed by calling 1-312-651-0700. By Haki R. Maju Beauty, published by Lotus Press, Jiva Telling Rights $8, 00 Estella Canwil Majozo Reconstructing Memory, Black Literary Criticism $8, 00 Fred L. Horde So Far, So Good $12, 95 Gil Scott Heron Wings will not be broken. $800 by Daryl Holmes. $800 Why the Destruction of Black Civilization, Great Issues of a Race, from 4500 B.C. to 2000 A.D. by Dr. Chancellor Williams. $1695 Yaranga Kingdom, 210 Yemen, Arab community of 251 black men, obsolete, single, dangerous. Youth activities, 354 by Haki R. Madhubuti, The Cultural Unity of Black Africa by Cheikh Anta Diop. $1495 The ISIS Papers, The Keys to the Colors. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing Paper. $1495 Cloth. $29.95 From Plan to Planet Life Studies, The Need for African Minds and Institutions by Haki R. Madhubuti. $7.95